friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to a Sunday stream. This is the first Sunday stream in a very long time. I feel like I need to adjust my white balance again. Give me a second. I'm not the right tone. I adjusted all of my blue screen and everything today, so this one. Okay, definitely not that. Okay, not that direction. That feels a little bit better. Probably can't even tell. But that feels better. All right, welcome in, everybody. Glad to have you. Welcome to the Coding Garden. Christopher, thank you for the raid. We're just getting started. Yeah, we're just getting started. I was adjusting my camera. Thank you for the raid. I've been lurking your stream, Chris Nova. It's fun stuff. But thank you for the raid. Shouts out to Chris Nova. And you've just arrived for a chill stream. We're going to be talking about programming news today. So we're just getting started. I gotta get warmed up and everything. But welcome in, Raiders. Glad to have you. And what were you working on? Sunday vibes. Nice. Thanks again for that raid. Really appreciate it. Hello. Today we're doing programming and tech news. So for the first hour or so, I'm just going to be browsing Reddit, Hacker News, Best of JS, any of the other like programming news related websites, and picking out the articles that I want to showcase. I've already done the work of picking out some YouTube videos that I want to showcase, but if you have any programming news that you'd like me to cover, if you do !submit in the chat, it'll show up on this page and I'll take a look at it. But welcome in, everybody. Oh, and Thindall, you're here too. Thanks for dropping in. Afternoon to you as well. I'm not using Emacs. I use VS Code. VS Code. Test post. Okay, I'll ignore. Yeah, and so this is a show that I started last week, and my goal is to have 20 or so links, talk about them in under 10 minutes or so, and then put that up on YouTube tomorrow. It'll be like the start of people's week with news and stuff like that. I did it last week. I'm gonna shoot for a slightly shorter video this week. But let's welcome everybody in, and then just start browsing. Welcome in, Nishark. I'm going to say hi to everybody that I can. If you'd like me to acknowledge you, you can say hi, hello, elo, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, highest up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day. Coding hi-yo, vohio, bogahay, say any one of these things. I'll acknowledge you. We'll get into it. Here we go. 18 minutes ago, Coding Garden Fan was the first to say hello. What's up, Coding Garden Fan? Glad to have you. And hello, Moshiko, and Clicky Boo. What's up, BTRSL, and Yukurai, and Overnerd, and Rarpats. Hello, Battle Fame, and Dunk, and Elf. How's it going? Mike the Tree Climber, and Razorson. Hello, Saint Lolek, and Public, and Burnto Rice, and Fob, and Johnny Drama. What's up, Zelino, and Mihai Andre, and Part Time Mary. What's up, Shark Turnup, and Zero Code. What's up, Andreas? And Thin Dog. Glad to see. What's up, Binary Digit, and Jin Swost, and Nishark, and Nookie Poo. What's up, Ripple, and Delano, and Simic, and Bogahay, SC May. What's up, I Am Ruse, and Limotes, Yo, and Hongats. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. What's up, Jicom Gaming, Grey Wolf. Good evening, Jins. From Denmark, very cool. And good day, Lucky Luke. And 88 Glue. Yeah, so if you tuned in Friday, we started off List, and it's going to be our Friday project. So we're only ever going to work on it on Fridays. You can be sure that if you tune in on Friday, you'll see the things. And I do that so that it's easier for people to stick around for the project, because if I'm working on it various days of the week, it can be hard to catch up on. So next Friday is the next time that I'll work on it. Elf is my name. What's up? And what's up, Doge Maharu from Ukraine. Very good. Okay, let's pull up some news. And like I said, !submit if you have news. T3 Stack project win. Probably not anytime soon. I did spin up a T3 app, and if you want to see that, it is on the Coding Garden archive. So if you look at choosing a full stack framework, episode 5, part 4. This episode right here where I tried Next.js. Towards the end of the video, I spun up a T3 app to kind of like peruse it. And it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. But I don't know if I'm not gonna be doing a full project with it anytime soon. I will say that. What is a Val demo? Let's check it out, Nishark. Neural codec language models, zero-shot text to speech synthesizers. Cool. Was this released recently? When was the paper published? Submitted January 5th. This is recent news. I'll have to figure out how to talk about it. But thank you for the submission, Nishark. All right, so typically I go over to Reddit. I typically look at like r/JavaScript, r/programming, but I do have a multi-Reddit. This thing. I call it Stay Relevant. And this is a multi-Reddit of like 100 different subreddits across all kinds of technologies. So 98 subreddits. I got rid of a few that were like stagnant. But there's like all the common programming languages, IT-related stuff, programming stuff. And then I can go in and sort by top in the past week. So I'm only going to be covering news that has happened in things that have been released since last Monday. That's the plan anyways. Cool. When do I suggest to use full stack frameworks and when client server method? I don't have a good answer. It's a long drawn out answer, honestly. Like I mostly prefer the client server, like single page application with an API. But if you use one of those full stack frameworks, the nice thing about it is if you use it in the right way, it'll just pick the right way to do the thing. That said, I think learning it can be a bit more cumbersome than like having things completely and totally separate. But yeah, r/programming horror is fun. All right, this is a comic from r/hacking. No worries, I'm an expert on hacking. Password ABC123. All right, I've checked everything. Your system is absolutely bulletproof. I wonder if who's the author of this comic. It'd be nice to showcase their comic. Is it Drink More, Code More? Does anybody know? I really hate it when people post things without a source, but that's their signature. He didn't check admin, yeah. SPA with the backend, does that include meta frameworks? It doesn't. So the question Razorson was asking was like, when would you use Next.js, Nuxt, Remix, SvelteKit versus like a standalone React app, whether it's a Vite app or a Create React app, just completely standalone, and then that talks to some kind of API, probably like an Express API or something like that. Yeah, so the full stack frameworks would be Next, Nuxt, Remix, SvelteKit, Angular Universal. Does anybody know? Okay, well, look at this user's profile. If they've posted they've posted a lot of not safe for work stuff. That's not good. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to reverse image search this to find the author. What's up, Stony Eagle? Eagle, welcome in. Fossil Fool's Comic. Is it in here? It's not. There we go. Yeah, because there's the OC from Fossil Fools. Yeah, thank you, Clicky Poo. We got him. We got him. We're gonna give them credit if it's the last thing we do. Oh, it's not a new comic? It was submitted a year ago. You know, this is kind of how Reddit works sometimes. Let's take a quick stretch. But so this comic was written a year ago, posted on Instagram, and also posted on Reddit. But now, 1 year later, someone posts it without credit to r/hacking, and it gets 4,000 upvotes. Well, click this link. This looks like a fun comic. Though I'm curious, did they... Yeah, I was about to say, because a lot of times people will take a comic and then they will remove the words to make it programmer related. They actually wrote this as programmer related. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Look at that. They cropped out the watermark too. Like if they post their comics with their name. Man. Oh well. Let's see. GPT-0, an app to efficiently tell if an essay is ChatGPT or human written. I heard about this. Yeah, so Edward Tan says, I spent New Year's building GPT-0. Quick demo. Feel free to try it yourself. GPT0.me. Get started. Is it committed to keeping a version permanently available? Let's try it. What's up, Stony? Did I not call you Stony? Did I call you Stony Eagle? But what's up? Thanks for being here. Yeah, definitely follow that comic too. Yeah, I mean, I'm new to Instagram, so that's why I'm not following them. But I should start following people on Instagram. So there we go. And Rifat Cirque, thank you very much for the gift. To Mark, thank you. You're too kind. What a great start to finding news. Like, here's the thing. I don't just want to talk about a thing, right? So, like, I have my own ideas for a news show, right? Because a lot of news shows, they talk about the thing. Ooh, it's interesting. Great. I want to show it. Like, I want to show an example of it, but it doesn't work. So I won't talk about it. The Linux kernel's reboot syscall accepts the birth dates of Linus Torvalds and his 3 daughters. This isn't really news. It's just in the source code. Let's see what this not safe for work thing is. A lot of times people will mark things as not safe for work just because it's like, yeah, like this, like exactly this. They marked this as not safe for work because it's all this nested code. So it's triggering. Yeah. So this is r/programmer humor. That's hilarious. Okay. This is news. This is news. But also, why do they gotta call somebody a bloke? Man, I'm starting to not like Reddit. I mean, I guess I already don't like Reddit. But it's like, not this bloke. This person, this very talented person, scanned the Python package index and found AWS keys. Not a bloke. But this is worth sharing. They published this a couple of days ago, so I'll definitely share this one. Yeah, this is under like developers and tech, I think. It's the thing is like, yeah, I mean, I guess we're getting at the root of the issue, right? Somebody will like claim credit for something that's not theirs, or make a more clickbaity title, or be more vulgar about a thing than they don't need to be. This geezer, bloke isn't condescending, I mean. I guess in American English, we don't use the term bloke. I think bloke is more, at least I've heard it more in like the United Kingdom. But in American English, it would be like saying guy. I feel like, I don't know. Let me look up bloke on, bloke is normal though? Is it like the same thing as guy? It feels negative to me. Is it like dude? Okay, maybe I'm making a big deal out of nothing. What I want to look at, what's that? Urban Dictionary. Man, guy. Yeah, okay, so here we go. And they're calling me out on Urban Dictionary. They're like, you stupid Americans are all wrong. Bloke is simply British slang for man or guy. Okay. It's British. All right, I get it. I for whatever reason, I've heard it like in a more negative context before. And welcome in, Shulman. Glad to see you. Fine. I shouldn't be mad about that. Okay, when did TypeScript satisfies come out? Because this video that this person posted is cool because it shows the use case for it. Oh, what, months ago. Okay, that's not new. Cool. So we'll talk about that. I thought I didn't like. I mean, maybe that's it. I don't know. Regardless, we can use the title that the person wrote, which is I scanned every package on the Python package index and found 57 live AWS keys. Cool. My portable Raspberry Pi project. That's cool. It looks like a little Palm Pilot. Or is that? No, it looks like a BlackBerry. BlackBerry. They like 3D printed it. If you're not sub to r/Raspberry Pi on Reddit, it's pretty cool. People, it can probably run Doom. It's running Linux. People share their projects all the time. It's a Greenberry. You're right. And so, oh yeah, so they used an actual BlackBerry keyboard. It's adorkable. It's fun. It's really cool. Well, I gotta be careful. I think Imager hides not safe for work stuff. Yeah, that's awesome. It's so cool to see people's build process too. Yeah, we'll talk about this. These are interesting things. I gotta come up with section titles. Interesting things I don't think is the best, but... Yeah, I think that was the thing. People used to use Imager exclusively, and like you could just browse Imager. And for a while, Imager was like the main host of images that people posted to Reddit. But these days, people just post directly to Reddit. Like, I don't know if Reddit might not have always had image uploaded, but now they do. A portable Raspberry Pi project by pdrift. Imagurians. Those keyboards were good compared to the competition, but not in the modern context of smartphones. Yeah, I mean, no one uses really a physical keyboard anymore. But yeah. Exactly, Ryan. But I think, like, for a while, I think it made sense, but I don't know. They got big enough that they could have, and started making enough money that they could afford it. Cool. What else? Does anybody want to learn computer science? I do. Okay. Debian has removed the last Python 2 packages. That's news. Or is it? I mean, this was 2 weeks ago. It's not new enough. Raspberry Pi Retro TV. That's fun. Look at it. I think both of these are fun, are worth showing. Wrong year on line 1. Thank you very much. I did that last week too. And what's up, Sir Maki? Thank you for the correction. Yeah, I need to correct last week's too. Okay. Let's call this interesting builds. Actually, this could be a cool cool section of the news, because we could look at like Hackaday too and see what other builds people have posted. I like this. I like where we're going with this. Yeah, I agree with that, Shirkum. I use Android, but the app I use on Android is called Joey. I really like it because it has like auto playing of videos and GIFs. But they stay muted unless you want them to. What's up, the Shibas? Welcome in. Hello, Alex. I do feel like my color is a little bit off today. What do you all think? Do I need to adjust my white balance more? Let's take a quick stretch. I look great? All right, thank you, Shirko. The Shibas has arrived. And thanks for that gift, the Shibas. Too kind. You're too kind. Okay. GIFs? Yes, with the soft G. It's the only way to pronounce it. Yeah, let's look at is it like isn't Hackaday a thing? Yeah. Does anybody know of other websites where they post interesting builds? It would be cool to see a collab between the winner of the Lego Masters and a pie builder. Yeah, that could be interesting. I know people have built like pie cases out of Legos and stuff like that. You can find my theme over here. Yeah, I agree with that. Right now, like the Raspberry Pi 4s are prohibitively expensive. I've got like 3 Raspberry Pi 1s just sitting in a drawer that would work well enough for a RetroPie. And then I have like 2 Raspberry Pi 3s that are just sitting around. I guess if we look at their blog. Yeah, somebody made a website where you can find when Raspberry Pi 4s go into stock, but yeah, they're hard to find right now. No, the board is still built. I'll go grab it. I'll be right back. I mean, it's super simple, but basically, there's just 8 LEDs. It corresponds to like 8 bits, and then people could send chat commands that turn on the specific bits. I just haven't plugged it in a while. And we used to have this LED matrix where you could play Connect 4. And then we also made this so you could send a command in the Twitch chat to like change all of the pixels to do like pixel art. But we haven't had that set up in a while. This is a useful learning resource. I don't know if I've heard of that. Cool. What about the potential $9 million? I haven't seen it. If you want to link me, I'll take a look. Yeah, I'm subbed to the 8-bit guy. On my other account. Actually, so I just created this account, and I went through and I subscribed to like every single programming, AI, data sciencey type channel, so that I can see the new videos that get posted and stuff. So yeah. And Acid Spark, it's been a while. My sub is almost middle-aged. Welcome in, friend. Glad to have you. Yeah, link me SQL Gort Story and we'll talk about it. Yeah, what's up, Dingo Attack? No self-promotion in here, though. Say hi first. Say hi first. Yeah, so I use a plugin for YouTube called... what is it called? Enhancer. It's called Enhancer for YouTube. And then in the settings, they have different themes. And so I have the green dark theme. It has a lot of other cool things. One of the things, so just a quick plug for this extension. If you're like me and you don't like how shorts work on YouTube, because if you click on a short, you can't rewind. Basically, it like behaves like TikTok. But this has a thing called Convert Shorts, and then if you have that check, yeah, and you can't change the playback speed. I mean, the shorts are only 60 seconds, so how fast do you want it to be? But this is cool because it makes it so that if you see a short, it takes you to the YouTube page where you can pause it and scroll it rather than having to use the short player. But this is called Enhancer for YouTube. They have it. I think they have it for Chrome too. Faster than 60 seconds. Okay. There's a pause it and there's a handle. I mean, I don't know. You know, I don't visit Hackaday very often. I guess I really only visit Hackaday when I find something on Reddit from there, but they post pretty frequently about projects and stuff. Cool. Okay. Unpopular opinion. Asking how do I learn to code is procrastination. Yeah, I think they're missing the point though. The people asking how do I learn to code, they don't know where to start. Like they're lost and they need guidance. Yeah. I don't plan on it clicky poo just because it's so much. It's a lot of work to like like wipe my machine and reload it. I think the only things that have changed from my other Mac setup is I'm using Zish now instead of Bash. And I'm using Oh My Zish. And people don't like the way I say Zish. I should say Z Shell or Zish. 4 days ago, Microsoft is preparing to add ChatGPT to Bing. Why did I decide to change? Yeah, so basically, my wife got me a new MacBook for Christmas. I went to go install all the stuff that I use, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to embrace the fact that Macs come with a Zish now. So, the moment I got my M1 was bye-bye to Zish. Well, the moment I got my M1 is I started using Zish. When somebody asks how to learn to code, let's see our box. I want to code, but I don't know how to get started. Yeah. But at the same time, I do believe they're missing the point that it's like, there are so many resources. Melky Dev! Welcome in, dude. It's been a while. Give me that pow. Give me that pow. Welcome in, Raiders. Glad to see you. And CM Griffin, all the friends are here. It's fun to do a Sunday stream. Thank you for the 31 months, CM Griffin. Shout out to both of you all. Yeah, definitely click that link. Drop a follow on Milky Dev. And then if any mods are here, let's do a shout out for CM Griffin after this one's done. Sundays are chill. Yeah, but yeah, welcome in, Raiders. What were you working on over there at the POW Factory? Is that what you call it? I don't know, Melky. It's honestly been a while since I've seen your stream. Teaching yourself to code in 2023. Nice. Glad to hear it. You've arrived at the coding garden. Thank you for coming over. POW Factory. We're doing programming news. So I'm spending the next 45 minutes or so just perusing Reddit. We're going to look at Hacker News. We'll also look at Best of JS. And then potentially any other news sources. We're going to come up with a bunch of things to talk about, and then I'm going to record a short 10-minute YouTube video of me talking about all the news. So that's what we're getting into right now. So if you have any suggestions for news that I should talk about in the chat, if you do !submit, throw a link, and I'll check it out. I'll check it out. I can't guarantee that I'll talk about it, but I will check it out. Because so the news show, I'm calling it A View from the Garden. So basically it's like news filtered through the eyes of me. My name is CJ, by the way. I'm CJ. News filtered through the eyes of CJ. So I get to choose the things that I'm going to talk about. This looks interesting. A View from the Garden. So this is Microsoft hopes OpenAI's chatbot will make Bing smarter. My name is Carl Johnson. Microsoft declined to comment. OpenAI did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Then how is this news? Okay, I mean, I guess I don't want to get negative again, but it's like, all right, do I have to read this whole article to see where they got this information from? According to a person familiar with their plans. Okay. This article, I mean, guess technically this article was from before last month. Trust me, bro. I'm not even gonna talk about it because I could, like, if the source was the internet said so, if the source was Microsoft, here's the thing. I'm sure it was like, it's potentially in it a Microsoft insider, right? But we don't know that. We can wait for the actual news. !submit space anything you want. You can say a message, post a link, anything like that. His dad works at Nintendo, exactly. There's been some more reliable news about it. All right, let's find it though. Where did I click this from? I clicked this from r/programming. The thing is, I had heard about it too, and I think one of the things is like it also is kind of like speculation because Microsoft is actually funding some of OpenAI's research, right? Or OpenAI, right? Did I get that right? I think they're like one of the funders of OpenAI, not the only source of funding, but so that is a thing. So I mean, you could imagine that Microsoft projects would use it, but yeah. It can be anything. I'm open to looking at anything. Like the thing is, like, I mainly know about the web dev and JavaScript world. But if you want to show me stuff from like Python or Rust or Go or even things like the Linux kernel, I'm happy to look at it. I just may not talk about it. Every Friday is when we're going to be doing that list app. Yeah. So Microsoft's huge investment to make some benefits. Yeah, I agree with that. All right, let's look at it. So yeah, this was from July of 2019. Microsoft is an investor in OpenAI. So it makes sense that eventually some of the OpenAI things are going to show up in Microsoft products. And OpenAI is using Azure. Interesting. Yeah. I could believe it. Yeah, and I think enough people think or like these days all search engines are like they're almost equal at this point just because there's been a trend towards like showing top 10 lists and stuff like that versus like really relevant results. So like you could use any search engine at this point. Yeah. So I'm not going to talk about this news, but oh dang, I accidentally closed my my chat window. I'm not going to talk about that news, but it is interesting to note. We're in here. There we go. There should be an easier way for me to launch launch my chat window. Microsoft investing in OpenAI in the hopes that they can finally make a decent search engine. Yeah. Oh, nice, Simic. Hybrid animals like CryptoZoo. There's only one or two search engines that power all other niche search engines. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's, I mean, if we're going to talk about, anytime DuckDuckGo comes up, someone always sneaks into the chat and they're like, did you know DuckDuckGo is just Bing results? It's not. There was a time when they had a partnership with Microsoft and Bing, yes, and there was a time when the DuckDuckGo mobile app allowed trackers from Microsoft websites. But not the DuckDuckGo website. That's not the case anymore. If you look at the DuckDuckGo about us, and then like there's a section on yeah, the partnership ended. Wait, you're saying DuckDuckGo is worse than Bing? I don't know. There's a section on their site that tells you what their sources are, and they talk about how they use a lot of different sources, Bing being one of them, but it's not just a one-for-one. Okay. Let's keep going. What are they telling the truth? I don't know. Noobs use search engines. Pros direct IPs to serve their needs. Yeah. Yeah, I thought about, so yeah, there's that open source search engine that you can self-host that basically aggregates results. I thought about using that. The only issue is like I want to host my own instance and I don't want to expose the URL to the world like when I'm streaming because then people would try to use my instance. So I've just avoided it altogether. I know I could just use it on, but the thing is like I use this laptop for my personal stuff too. I didn't see that, MC. Feel free to throw a link. Yeah, Cerex. That's the one that I was thinking of. Okay. Risky click. Okay, here we go. I feel like I'm really hard to please from comedy. But basically, they're just making a comment on the fact that you can use emojis as like variable and like class names in Swift. Um, it's not that funny. I mean, you might find it funny. I don't find it funny. I find it funny that I don't find it funny. Found this while randomly. So this, both of these are from r/programming horror, which people, it's kind of funny because people post like bad code. That's fine. That's fine. They're just a beginner. They don't look. You can't tell me there was a time when you didn't do this. I did this. I mean, granted, it was like 16, 17 years ago, but when I was first trying to figure things out, I was like, I guess I just got to make a bunch of variables. I hadn't learned about loops yet. So, you know, it's a thing. I mean, if this shows up in production code, yes, you should absolutely be worried. But if this is somebody learning, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Valve is working on HDR support on Linux. Oh, nice. And if you haven't heard of Knitter, this is a privacy-focused Twitter client. It's interesting that they linked us there instead of Twitter. But basically, you can browse all of Twitter on this website. The development was noted by Steam Deck developer, where it showed off both Halo Infinite and Deep Rock Galactic. I mean, that's cool. Playing Halo Infinite on Linux? Come on. Come on. Wait, what are you talking about, Ryan? 10 years ago, we had simplified ChatGPT. Oh, you're talking about IBM Watson? Yeah. I remember. It's interesting that people haven't tried to use ChatGPT for something like this. I'm sure somebody's working on it. Or at least like GPT-3. Did I just close Firefox? Man, it's Sunday. Cool. Actually, I might have seen that, but yeah, if you link me the article by Strager, I'll definitely click it. Let's see. Burnt Rice has a link for us. Yeah, I think I saw that article. Okay. Ether SX2. PS2 emulator development suspended indefinitely due to constant complaints and death threats. What? What? Announced it on the project's website. What? The developer also warned users of scammers on the network who may pose as representatives and urge caution. It's so weird. You know what? I mean, okay. So what this says is they've received aggressive requests in their email that they need to improve the emulator or release a version 3. It's likely just like one person with a bunch of spam email accounts that has like a vendetta against this person for whatever reason, and it's really unfortunate because now they basically made them suspend their project. I thought this was going to be some drama in like the GitHub issues or something like that, but that's crazy. Yeah, I guess we will talk about this. When did this get posted? There's always one crazy guy for sure. Yeah, January 7th. It's also super interesting. I mean, there's all kinds of trauma in GitHub issues, like because this is what it made me think of, right? So you have someone who's like being very demanding, or like making sly comments about like and complaining about why things aren't done yet, or like why they should do this versus that in an open source project. It happens. It definitely happens. Yeah, it's super interesting that they also said that people are claiming to represent them on various social media outlets, and they are not legit. Because that's what I was looking for. I was looking like, is there a GitHub repo for this? Um, is there a Twitter? But it's just the website, and I think that's pretty cool because these days, like all the news is coming from like Twitter and GitHub and stuff like that. So, powered by directory lister. And I guess it's possible that they weren't doing their development on GitHub. Where do I apply to be a professional open source complainer? You can do it for free. Yeah. Interesting. So it's not open source? I guess this is where they keep track of issues? Oh. Okay, this is what I was getting at. Like the fact that it's just their website. This repo and this organization is a scam. Okay. Okay. Um we'll link both of these things. And Pablo, thanks for that resub. 26 months. That's awesome. Okay, where does this go under? Yeah, developers and tech. Sure. Do I want to talk about this? I guess I could just show the tweet. Because, again, I was trying to find, like, the source of this news. And then I ended up finding PCGamer.com. But they end up, like, they're just showing a tweet. What's up, Skywalk? What wizardry? Me? What do you mean? This is also super interesting. I guess the more that I talk about the news, the more I'm going to realize the trends of like how things happen. Like literally there are two tweets, these two tweets, and PCGamer.com has written an entire article about them. And I guess that makes sense because like whoever the reporter is, like Jonathan Bolding, they're probably an expert in this area. So like they're giving their commentary on it. Cool. And Zabath, thank you for the 5 months. That's awesome. Yeah, I'll just link this tweet though. Okay, can anyone tell me what does HDR mean in this context? Is it the same word we use for like photos, like HDR photos, like high dynamic range, or is this a different thing? Yeah, so OLED screen that supports HDR. I see. And then the heat map would be mapping like the darker areas that are used for that. Okay. Heckin' dark range. Yeah. So the darks are darker, basically. Okay, let's look at this article from Strager. Is coding in Rust as bad as in C++? A practical comparison of build and test speed between C++ and Rust. Projects like Google Chromium take an hour to build. Yeah, black is blacks and white is whites. Cool. Later on, Ryan, whenever I am talking about this article, like during the recording of the news, send that comment and I'll try to highlight it. Yeah, it is a hot take for sure. I mean, you might consider this clickbait, but it has substance. Let's see. And I mean, they're providing examples, so. Compare the build times. Cool. My hypothesis and educated guesses, not conclusions. Interesting. I mean, we were taught to do this, at least I was, in middle school when we learned the scientific method. You form your hypothesis first, and then you test your hypothesis. And then you summarize to say, was my hypothesis correct? And if it wasn't, you talk about why, and you learned something. You did the scientific method. Cool. The Rust port will have slightly fewer lines of code. For full builds, C++ will take longer to compile. For incremental builds, Rust will take longer to compile. That's their hypothesis. Hypothesis. And they polled their audience. They believe C++ builds are going to be faster. Or it depends. Like, the audience is split. All right. They found a project. What? Hypothesis. Yeah, so if you haven't, I mean, hypothesis. Hypothesis? I think there's an I in hypothesis. Oh, but they plural, hypotheses. A hypothesis, plural hypotheses, is proposed explanation for a phenomenon. Hippopotamus? Hypothalamus? So that's the hypothesis. And if you haven't heard of the scientific method, do they still teach the scientific method, or is there something new in school these days? So you have some observation or question. You research that area. If you learn more about it, you form a hypothesis. You think this is how that thing is going to work, and then you test it, analyze the data, and then you report on that afterwards. And so you basically look back at your hypothesis and say, was I right or was I wrong? And that's the scientific method, and that's how the world works. Okay. All right. Oh, so he did QuickLint.js. This is his project, isn't it? Cool. The JavaScript Lexer. Great, great. In conclusion, are compilation times a problem with Rust? Yes. Are build times as bad with Rust as C++? Yes. Looking at my hypothesis, I was wrong on all counts. The Rust port had more lines of code. C++ builds took about the same amount of time. For incremental builds, Rust builds were sometimes shorter. Am I sad? Yes. Yeah. Cool. So, yeah, I'll definitely... thank you, Highem Spectra, for the confirmation. I just don't know these days because one thing I learned is kids are learning multiplication for like double-digit numbers. They're learning it differently than I learned it. They're learning what's known as the box method, which honestly makes sense. It makes multiplication, it feels like it's more approachable for people that aren't mathy. Wait. No, Strager's not a kid. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Skywalk? I'm talking about something completely different. What am I saying? Multiplication box method. Spectra. There you go. Thanks, Spectra. Is anybody aware of this? Actually, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll in the chat really quick. How did you learn long multiplication? Carry the one. I don't know what it's called. Does anybody know what it's called when you carry the one? Or like carry the remainder? Is there a name for that? Multiplication. The carry flag? Long multiplication? What is long multiplication? Yeah, this. Basically this. So if this looks familiar to you, that is long multiplication. I'm just curious. I mean, there might be no one in the chat right now that learned the box method. But let me show an example. Oh, a couple of you did learn the box method. Cool. I don't have an overhead camera, so I'm just gonna show you. My teachers always told me I wouldn't be carrying a calculator around with me when I grew up. Yeah. I mean, my teachers always told me that I would have to write cursive in college, and I didn't. Yeah, I thought about just getting a top-down camera, and instead of a whiteboard, just like literally just having a document camera like pointed out here. Okay, so a few of you learned the box method. I'm actually gonna teach the box method to people that never learned it. So this is long multiplication, right? I got 42 times 7. The first thing you do is multiply 7 times 2. 7 times 2 is 14. So you put a 4 down below, like this, and then you carry the 1. So like 7 times 2, 14. Now you do 7 times 4. 7 times 4 is 28. 7 times 4. 7 times 2 is 14. 2 times 14 is 28? It's 28. Okay, so 7 times 4 is 28, and then you have that little 1, so you add on to it. So now that's 29, and your answer to 42 times 7 is 294. Yeah, so that's the answer, and the way that I did it was by carrying the 1. The box method is a thing. Box method of multiplication. Yeah. Okay, actually, I can't even explain. I'll have to show an image, but I'll try to solve this in the same way. So, yeah, so it's going to be this simple. So, I have 7, 40, and 2. Yeah, so this is the box method. You split up the numbers into their constituent parts. So 42 becomes 40 and 2, and then you multiply. So if you do 7 times 40, that's going to give you 290. Right? No, 200. What's 7 times 4 again? 228. 280. Yeah, it's 280. I can do math. It's 280. So you do 7 times 40, which is 280, and then you do 7 times 2, which is 14. So that gives you this, and then you add them together to get the final result, which is 294. So this one is the box method, and apparently this is how they're teaching kids these days to do multiplication. Yeah. But I learned this way by carrying. I feel like so it's probably slower, but I think for people that aren't as good at math or like had really bad math teachers, it's easier to think about. Right? I feel like so for people that aren't like very math inclined, carrying it's like some of the work is like still in your head here, right? You lose it, whereas this is very explicit about what you're doing here. So I think for some students, this is going to be easier to wrap your mind around. My head does the box method, but yeah, I will agree with that. Yeah, sometimes when I'm trying to do math in my head, I'll use the box method. Cool. All right. Why are we talking about multiplication? Because in Strager's article, he said hypotheses. And then I started talking about the scientific method and hypothesis. And then people asked, what's a hypothesis? So I explained the scientific method. But then I was like, do they teach the scientific method anymore? And then I remembered about this box. This was in the news like a few months back. Can I teach you calculus now? I guess so. So yes, a rabbit hole is what we're doing. Don't write the 7 below the 42. You mean like this? Yeah, this is the carry method. This is the box method. 7 times 40 plus 2. Yeah. I mean, I guess to show an example. Yeah. So now if you want to multiply, let's do 23 times 23 because it does get a little more complicated with. Well, I guess there's no carrying in here, but I don't know. 23 times 23. 3 times 3 is 9. 3 times 2 is 6. And so you have 69. So that's 1. And then you do 2 times the other. So you put a 0, and then you do 2 times 3 is 6, and 2 times 2 is 4. So you need to add those together. Now it's a matter of 69 plus, plus 460. So that's 529. So 23 times 23 is 529. Check my math. Am I right? Am I right? 529. Nice. Okay, so the way you do this with the box method is now instead of a 2x2 or a 1x2, you have a 2x2. So now it looks like this. So you do 20 times 20. I can do that in my head. That's 400, right? 20 times 3 is 60. 60 and 9. So after you've quick maths. After you've done the boxes, now you add them all together. So you have 400 plus 60 plus 60 plus 9. Like that. And so that's going to give you 529. Because what 120 plus 400 plus 9. The rectangle method. Do it on your phone. 2 plus 2 is 4 minus 1. That's 3 quick maths. That doesn't sound familiar to me, Clicky Poo. Numeracy. Doesn't sound familiar. But, cool. All right. Let's find a few more links. Then I'll look on Hacker News, and then we'll go from there. Okay, I'm interested. The Japanese multiplication method. To calculate the product, you must just need to count how many times all the lines intersect and write each answer under the diamond. Really? That is so crazy. That's funny, the sheep house. That's funny. Did you say, yeah, this is just hacking. No, so it is fun to think about, like, what's the proof for this? How do we know that this actually works? because then it becomes 384. Yeah, 384. Because there are 3 intersecting lines here, 4 there, and like it's interesting that you can figure it out this way, but it's like at this point you're just doing counting and addition. You kind of like lose the multiplication aspect. We're running this for go move furniture. I'm speedy because I still have a few more. I have a few more articles that I got to look for. So well, I'm done with that. But that I'd never heard of that. That's pretty cool too. Okay. Kinda Seeds of Civilization. Anybody heard of this game? No, exactly, Mark. So when you have really big numbers, you're gonna have a whole lot of intersecting lines. Yeah, no worries, I am sweetie. Thank you for hanging out. So I haven't heard of this game, but this is interesting to see. It's posted r/game dev. It's their post-mortem of 4 years of work, 2 years full time, $200,000 in sales. Still need 40,000 more to net to see profits, which is crazy. I mean, honestly, this sounds like the scenario of like most games out there. It's crazy to think about that, but like for a lot of games, so much upfront work needs to be put into the game before you can even start making money. It's crazy to think about. We'll link it because I think this is another thing to be brought up when new programmers are like wanting to be game developers, or even indie game developers. It's a hard thing to do. Yeah, and you're investing your own time and effort into these games, and it's like you don't have any income necessarily. Like the people try various strategies, right? Like you could release your game early and like get people to pay for your game early, and that allows you to keep working on it so you can release like the final version. But it does seem like a pretty common theme in like game development. I haven't heard that one, Skywalk. Yeah, the she boss. I mean, almost everyone I was in class with when I was getting my computer science degree, like they all wanted to be game developers. I don't know if any of them are now. It's more hard work than web dev. Yeah, I mean, if it's to compare the scenario, I would honestly I would agree. Like, not harder work. I feel like it's more work without being able to share it with people first, right? Like with web dev, I think it's really easy to do like incremental features, right? Like you can release your site with just a few features and then gradually push more stuff as it goes along. It's harder to do that with a game. I mean, you could like release one level at a time, but it depends on the kind of game that you're making, you know? I don't know. Non-computer science background devs are not prepared for LeetCode questions. I have the solution. Okay. Red Hat planning. Oh, this is relevant. A hackfest to further advance HDR support on the Linux desktop. This is interesting. I'm also trying to find the source of this news. Shell and display next Hackfest. Where did they find this slide? Okay, right there. This Hackfest is an advanced proposal waiting for budget approval from Red Hat and availability of key attendees from outside Red Hat. Interesting. Is anybody familiar with how GNOME works? Like, do they typically do Hackfests? Because at a first glance, it's kind of like, okay, there's a lot of people they want to show up, but you can see that they don't have any confirmed attendance yet. But that could just be how the way that they work. Like, they're like, yo, we're gonna have this Hackfest. We want all of you to show up. Please do. So this is. Anybody know what this abbreviation stands for? Current year 2023 H1? Like, when do they want to do this? Like, beginning of the year? Middle of the year? Quarter 1, quarter 2? I think that's what they mean. Quarter 1, quarter 2. Safari turned 20 yesterday. Wow. Calendar year 2023 H1 equals first half. Okay, so yeah, either in first or second quarter. That makes sense. Cool. I just want to figure out how I'm going to talk about this when I bring it up, but I will bring it up because it's related to the Linux gaming milestone. That's super interesting. And if you don't know, GNOME is a desktop environment for Linux. Is that a good way to? Is that the right thing to call it? An open source desktop environment used in a lot of Linux systems. Apparently, they have like frequent hackfests. So, yes, cool. Thank you, Sergi. All right. In a January 2003 press release. Oh, wow, that'll be interesting to pull up. Apple unveils Safari. No, I want to look at this on archive.org. Though, was archive? Yeah, archive.org was going back in 2003, wasn't it? A fake fire activist. I mean, I can imagine, like, here's the thing. I could imagine doing a not fake one, right? Like, what if you just had, like, a legit camp-out fest, but, like, a really big production? Because there are camp-out hacker, like hacker camp. I think there's one that's literally called Hacker Camp. Hack Camp. Yeah, Western Canada's largest beginner-friendly hackathon. Actually, this isn't the one that I was thinking of. Chaos Communication, that's probably one of them. Is that the one in Germany? Yeah, in Berlin. But yeah, they all camp out, and then they have like lightning talks and stuff like that. But it would be interesting to have like a destination one, like in the idea of Firefest. It was like a huge production. I don't know. You were there in 2015? Nice. Any lawsuits or payouts? I don't know. It was news for a while. I watched the Netflix documentary about it. Okay. Yeah, apparently I can't find this article from 2003, but that's okay. Macworld Expo, January 7th, 2003. I want to find like the original news. That would be really, really Really fun to see. I guess I could look. I could look at Macworld from. Yeah, this is the article from 2003. Well, an article. So, um, they probably have the news about the Safari release. It only goes back to 2021. Oh well, I'll just show this. 6 years, 3 months jail time for the head guy. $2 million lawsuit, 7,000 each. No, I think like so many people got scammed out of money, like people that bought tickets and stuff like that, and also the vendors. Actually, the documentary. So if y'all don't know what we're talking about, Firefest was a music event that ended up being a scam of sorts. They sold a bunch of tickets. It was supposed to be like a premium event. A lot of artists backed out, but there's a documentary about it. But the documentary is actually really sad because the people that really got scammed from it were the all of the local restaurants and hotels and stuff of the island, and also all of the people that they employed to work there at the festival. Because they didn't get paid, and then you have all these like thousands of people that aren't normally on this island that they have to take care of. It was crazy. Internet historian he did a good video about Firefest. Is that the one? Feel free to link it in the chat. Cool. All right, we're almost past page 1. And then I think we'll look at Hacker News, and then we'll just do it. We'll do it. Yeah. Fire Festival. Cool. This is r/programming horror. Every single number is a variable. You're welcome. It's not that crazy. I feel like this could be useful in some scenarios where you can literally do like operators with with variable names. No worries, Ryan. It's fun to talk about random stuff. Google announces Android RISC-V support. What is RISC-V? An alternative ISA? What are these acronyms? It has something to do with like the internal like processor architecture or something like that. Or no. This is software. Instruction set architectures, ISAs. RISC-V is an alternative to ARM. Thank you, Rex Roof. Oh, I've never heard of it. That's cool. Wow. Yeah, I'll definitely talk about this. Cool. He wants the Android Director of Engineering wants RISC-V to be seen as Tier 1 platform in Android, on par with ARM currently in Android. I see. RISC version 5. Yeah. What's up? I'm a unicorn. Welcome in. RISC is the architecture? It's good to know, Dat Kenny. Yeah, because I've only ever heard of ARM. Cool. RISC-V. Pronounced RISC-V. You got it. Where 5 refers to the number of generations of RISC architecture that were developed at the University of California, Berkeley since 1981. Has ARM been around since 1981? ARM. No, I want to look at ARM disambiguation. ARM architecture is a family of reduced instruction set computers. Introduced in 2011. Interesting. So this has been around longer, but at this point, it would support the same types of devices that ARM is supported on. Am I saying that right? Did it say 85? Let's see. Oh, okay. Because I looked at this one, which said 2011, and then this one, which was 85. Cool. ARM introduced in 1985. Wow. How is ARM different from Intel and AMD? Explain it like in 5. I can't. I'd have to research it a bit more. But it's different. I think so. The one thing that I know about ARM is it works much better on low power devices, which is why you see ARM processors in cell phones, Internet of Things, on the Raspberry Pi. It requires less power. How do they do that? I don't know. I'd have to look into it. RISC-V would enable you to build new devices that are separate from ARM designs. I see. RISC-V is modular and extendable, so it replaces everything from the simplest ARM in microcontrollers to more complex ARM in mobile devices, and even x86. Huh. Yeah, in my my MacBook right here. The Apple silicon is based on the ARM architecture. Cool. We got a lot of deep technical news this time that I feel like I'm going to struggle to talk about, but I'm going to do my best to not say anything wrong or inaccurate. But if I do, please feel free to chime in. Please. I got a new MacBook. It's the M1 Pro, which is ARM based. The ARM architecture is a type of computer design that is used in many smartphones and other small devices. It's called an architecture because it's the way that the computer is built and organized, kind of like the blueprint for building. Yeah. Daily programmer, let's say an hour to be safe. It'll start in an hour. My wife got me one for Christmas. Just the M1 Pro. Feel free to ask in the Discord. I'm a unicorn. If you post in the help forum, we can get to it when either me or somebody else can try to help you out whenever we have time. Cool. All right. I feel like I kind of need to go to r/JavaScript and r/WebDev just to find more web dev focused news. So I look at top r/JavaScript from the past week and top r/WebDev from the past week, and then we'll also look at Hacker News. And we're going to go back to January 3rd. Let's see. No, I don't have a new setup video. The setup is exactly the same. The only difference is I'm using Z Shell. And that's it. That's it. I'm teaching you how to use Reddit because the site confuses you. Yeah, and so I'm using the old version of Reddit. I mean, if you look at the new version, it's somewhat similar, but basically what you're looking at are submissions from people that are either links to other websites or articles, images or links to images or text posts. So for example, this is a text post, meaning somebody asked a question and then this is the body of their question. This is a text post. Well, actually, it's a link that also has a description on it. Firefox here in view. The previous subreddit was my multi-Reddit. I'll send you a link to that, but basically it's 98 different subreddits all in one. But the issue with that is wait, how do I get there? The issue with trying to get all of the subreddits all in one is that some of the smaller subreddits, like you saw that r/JavaScript, the most upvoted thing had like 164 upvotes, but these have like thousands. It's because they're from some of the more popular subreddits. But this is my multi-Reddit called Stay Relevant. If you go directly to it, you're gonna see recent stuff. So hot just means really mostly stuff from like less than 24 hours ago and ranked by popularity. Also with some rising things in there as well. But if you go to sort by top, you can look like top in the past week, and then it shows you from all 98 of these subreddits. I probably need to go through and audit this because I made this like 3 years ago. There's probably newer subreddits I should add at this point. But yeah. Wait, what did you link me? The Mozilla blog. Yeah, this is from December. Yeah, and so what I mean, I haven't gotten there yet, but what I'm about to do on Hacker News is Hacker News will show you top, but only by day. So I'm trying to find news from January 3rd until today. So I'm literally going to look at the top 4 or 5 links for every single day, like one at a time. Hacker News doesn't have a good way of integrating. Oh, thank you, Shirkum. Yeah, I got some good feedback in the YouTube comments from my last news segment. A lot of people wanted me to go more in depth, as in like summarize these articles instead of just linking them. And I'm going to do that a little bit, but also I want to be the kind of news source that gets you to actually go to these links. I mean, I know that it's convenient to have someone summarize it for you so that you don't have to go there. But, like for example, Strager's article on is coding in Rust as bad as C++. I'm actually not going to tell you the results. I'm going to tell you to go click the article if you want to see the results of is it as bad. Because again, that like gets people to go to the source of the material. Hacker News Weekly? This is cool. Yeah, Moshiko, feel free to do !submit, and then it'll show up here, and I'll take a look at it. Personal AI writing assistant for stuff. You go to the source, you meet the architect. Is this new? Who submitted this? Clicky Poo? What is this? I can't tell what it is. All right, this is interesting though. So Hacker News Weekly, like, is this just, who's this put together by? Generated from Hacker News Daily. I see. Fetches the top posts every day. Stores the headlines. Cool. That's literally kind of what I was going to do manually, which is go by each day. I think I will though. Because see, I don't see modules, not microservices, and this is one of the top ones from the 3rd. I'm gonna go through it manually. All right, we were on r/JavaScript, and we clicked this link about So this is top this week. A series of articles explaining how to create a single-page app in vanilla JavaScript. I mean, it was created a month ago, though. Nobody's asked today, Ryan. Surprisingly. All right. Let's see what else. Oh, it's CM Griffin. Wow, CM Griffin's at the top of r/JavaScript. Nice. We'll definitely share this news. I don't know if you're listening, CM Griffin, but did you know that? You know you're at the top. Did we get that shout out for CM Griffin earlier? Let's do it. Yeah, there you go. Hey, Ryan. I chose SvelteKit. SvelteKit was my choice. Boring Avatars was ported. Super cool. Okay. That's not the title I wanted. Nice, Ryan. Glad to hear it. Were you rooting for Nuxt, though, or were you rooting for SvelteKit? Oh yeah, so that's the last thing is what we need to come up with all the most recent releases. Tanstack Svelte we're definitely going to add to the list. What is mitosis? Write components once, run everywhere. Oh, that makes sense. So they were able to create components that work with all of these frameworks. That's awesome. React.js best practices from the new docs. If you don't have time to read the new docs, I just sifted through them for you. When are these going to be out of beta? We'll wait for them to be out of beta. Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Making the ultimate guitar web player easier to practice with. That's fine. Slick, yeah. So they set up a little USB footpad to be able to scroll the page automatically when they're playing guitar tabs. It used to be. It varies. I think we can lower it today because there's less people here, but I just try to keep it lower so it's easier to. What's happening here? I don't know what this is. So it's easier to see more messages. Wait. Oh. What are you talking about, Alex? 16. Okay, I'm just going to deny it for now. You keep sending the same message. Don't do that. Time for chaos. Wait, did they literally post this on Tumblr? They did. Tumblr is still a thing. My wife still finds interesting things there. And when there was all that drama about people like ditching Twitter, some people were deciding if um, Tumblr would be the place that they go. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Vue.js 22 year in review. That'll be cool to show. All right. That's it for the JavaScript stuffs. This was posted on January 1st, but I guess I missed this news last week. Whoa, Vapor Mode for Vue. Vapor Mode is an alternative compilation strategy that we've been experimenting with, inspired by Solid. Given the same Vue single file component, Vapor Mode compiles into JavaScript output that is more performant, uses less memory, and requires less runtime support code compared to the current virtual DOM based output. Whoa! This changes everything! Do you all get what this means? This means like you can write Vue code and also like so they say it's inspired by Solid, but Svelte does a very similar thing where the compiled Svelte code doesn't have runtime code. Um, fascinating, fascinating. Yeah, exactly. So it's not directly vanilla JS, but basically it's like you don't need the full Vue runtime. It strips away everything that's not needed. And wow, yeah. Okay, okay. Um, Understanding edge computing. I'm honestly surprised that r/webdev seems to have like more upvotes than like r/JavaScript. I feel like the r/webdev community has like grown significantly. It used to be that, I mean, it felt like r/webdev used to be like way less active, but there's a lot more stuff here now. Okay. Yeah. The thing is, like, the internals of Vue changed enough so that community packages and the community libraries had to be reworked. User in code bases a lot of times don't require as much rework to be ported to version 3. Actually, I don't know if the story is similar with Python 2 and 3. Um, but like I think Vue from version 2 to 3 did a lot better than for Angular from version 1 to 2. But there still was some issues because there were enough breaking changes that all the community packages couldn't keep up. All right. Oh no, I keep I keep watching. I keep closing things accidentally. I need to have a dialogue to prevent me from closing things. Yeah, isn't GitHub going to get rid of trending weekly pretty soon? This will be cool to show. It's a lot, actually. Okay, I'm not going to talk about volley because I don't know exactly what it does or what it's for. Can people link me new releases? Like, what are libraries in the JavaScript ecosystem that recently had a release? Like, for example, Svelte. Svelte query. Hey, Dingo Attack. I feel like someone like you came in here earlier, but please no self-promotion. If you say hello first and hang out for a little bit and let us get to know you, then we'd be happy to listen to your track, maybe. But that can't be the only thing you send in here. And you're probably a bot, so you're not listening to this. But just for anybody else that wonders why I'm deleting self-promotion. Yeah, what's up, Ad Underground? We're looking for news in the past week. Anything that's happened since last Monday. Well, I guess that's true, huh, Ryan? Yeah, feel free to ban him if that's the case. What's up, the Mixed D? I'm doing good. I want to find this news on Twitter. Somebody posted a tweet about Svelte query. Here we go. I will show this tweet. Does anyone know, is there something I can, is there like a hashtag or something I can search on Twitter to find new releases? Yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Justo? Justo? I don't know how to say your name, but I appreciate that. Yes. A lot of people mention they like to keep me on in the background. What about hashtag JavaScript new release? Should I talk about this, Oscar? So Fly.io now has Redis support? How cool is this? Are you really excited about this, Oscar? I don't use Redis that much, so. Oh yeah, I mean, you're right. I did ask for something new, but Tuesday JS. What does that do? Oh, nice, Enmerthot. Listening to me while experimenting in the kitchen. Have you come up with anything interesting? New release, .vvm 4.0. New features include composite controls, enhancement to in C# to JavaScript translations. Huh. Visual novel editor. What? That sounds cool. I've never heard of this. This is Tuesday JS. Don't know what that is. What is .vvm? Component-based MVVM framework for ASP.NET. Well. Oh well. A new way to cook vinegarized olives and turnips. Wow. You're innovating in the kitchen. That's awesome. This is funny. There's literally a library called Maths. It's a React component for math. Whoa. Could this be used as like a math teaching tool? This seems cool. Right? So like instead of like having to use a whiteboard, you just show. I mean, I feel like JSX can be tricky for beginners, but like you could like do your maths homework or solve math problems with this in your React code. Yeah, what's up, America 2050? We're doing the news, because we're going to record the news today so that I can put it out tomorrow. And after the news is done, I'm going to record probably like 4 daily programmers to put out over the next 2 weeks. Reminds you of this library. Haven't heard of it. Animation engine for... Oh, people use this. Yeah, 3 blue, 1 brown. 3B, 1B. They use this in their YouTube videos. Huh. Cool. Anyone heard of Wretch? Is a tiny wrapper around fetch with an intuitive syntax. Wretch does that for you. I mean, we go from this to this. This is cool. I like the yeah, it is right, but I like this. I like the named error handling. That's pretty cool. That said, I would be using this with async await anyway, so I don't know if I would even use these because in async await I'd have to handle it in the like the catch. Seems fine. Okay, we're gonna look at Hacker News, and then we'll go from there. Beautify. Did it? Let's see. Show me your GitHub. It did. Look at that. So this brings multiple bug fixes. V-Avatar, V-Divider, and V-List item. These are 3 bugs that were fixed. They added labs, and they're saying labs is a new release process that allows us to get currently in-developed components that have not reached feature parity with Vuetify 2 or are very large in size into your hands before a production release. Visit the labs introduction page. This is cool. This is very similar to how they do it in MUI, Material UI. What's up, Shaggy? How you doing? Cool. Cool. I guess that's the thing we could do is, I don't know, is there some way to automate this? Like find all of the most popular like NPM packages, and see which ones have been published recently. Does anybody know of some place that does that? New releases on NPM. Sounds like a cool project to build. Yeah. Right? Like you could basically have like a combination of best of JS, like find all of the top libraries in the past, I don't know, the past year, and then track their releases on NPM. Sounds like something I'd ask ChatGPT to make me. NPM analytics. And the tricky part is we don't want every new package that's been published. That's literally a package called analytics. We just want to know about the most popular ones. Yeah, I guess JavaScript Weekly, do they have like a new versions? Oh, not that. Do they have a new versions section? Oh yeah, I definitely want to talk about Rising Stars. Oh yeah, did I link this? I think I have 10 amazing conferences for JavaScript developers in 2023 by James Q. Quick. Is that this? Yeah, I'm going to talk about that. We have that link already. We need to talk about Rising Stars. Got a lot of news we're going to cover this week. I don't know if I can do this in under 10 minutes. Yeah, I think so. The mixed, actually, yeah, you're totally right about that. Like if we get packages from NPM, rank them by number of installs or downloads, that'll definitely give us the most popular ones. Yeah, so github.com/codinggarden/news, all of this is going to get pushed up there, and this will be a YouTube video that gets published tomorrow. And I try to link all this stuff in the YouTube description. A chat with Douglas Crockford. When is this from? Oh well. Doesn't matter. Let's find... Honestly, do I even need to go through Hacker News? Let's do it really quickly. I'm only going to look at the top 3 links of every day since January 3rd on Hacker News. Oh, what's up, Alco, bro? Welcome in. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I've lurked your stream before. Shouts out. I'll be honest, I haven't watched that much, but I've definitely lurked you. Appreciate it. I'll follow. There we go. my production. You say my production values. I try my best. I definitely like. I worked on my green screen this morning, and then last stream I got this outline going. I think this outline it gets people to click the stream. Like if you look at my stream when you're browsing. I just want to find this. Like look at that. I mean, obviously I have no idea if people click on me because of the outline, but it almost seems like yeah, and then because my green color aligns with my branding color, like it syncs there. I don't know. I guess the thumbnail is everything, and like I've been working on this too. It got big me, and I can I can do this. I haven't used that yet today. Make your code readable from the thumbnail. Yeah, I try to do the same thing. I mean, I'm not writing any code today. We're talking about news, but I probably have one of the biggest font sizes on Twitch. Because a lot of people like to watch on mobile too. Yeah. The first person we looked at, probably. I mean, it's so interesting to see though, right? Like, I guess it's momentum, right? Because other people are already watching me. More people decide to tune in. I feel like we're a pretty welcoming place, so people stick around. I don't know, but I also have the studio wide cam, so you can see my. I'm in a basement right now, but you can see I have this on like the getting started screen and stuff like that. But I used to have a camera like up there. I have a camera over here, but I couldn't find a good angle for it. I don't know. Did anyone notice the stuff on my desk in the wide cam? We've got red stapler, red swingline stapler. We've got a headless Linux, and a VHS copy of Hackers. Yeah. Cool. Why is there a light on the plant? So that it can survive. So these studio lights, they don't stay on all the time. So that light is on like an 8-hour timer. So the plant gets its own light. Hack the planet. All right, I need to finish coming up with news, and then we'll record the segment. But thanks for dropping in, Algo Bro. Appreciate you. All right, modules, not microservices. I have a hard time recommending an article if I can't read through it first. There's a lot going on here. My YouTube earnings. Wow. Wow. Do you want to see my YouTube earnings? I think it's like $75. Yeah, no can of Joe. Actually, it would be fun to find more like old things to like to put there. Yeah. That actually reminds me of the new movie White Noise. That's on Netflix. Now, I was reading Reddit reviews of it. A lot of people just hate it because it's a weird movie. But what I will say is the performances of every single actor and actress and everyone else, like it's fascinating. Like I like movies that I get lost in, right? Like movies that I forget that I'm sitting on a couch watching a movie. And this did that for me. I was immersed. But one of the things, I don't know if they have it in the photos, but one of the things in the movie was like when they're in a grocery store, there's like all of these, it's like a mix of like products from like the 70s and 80s. And there's even also like modern product placement. The reason I mentioned that is because you mentioned Jolt Cola, but there's like a scene where they're sitting at their dinner table and there's like a tab sitting on the dinner table. So that's a thing. I will say, if you don't like dark humor, and if you do not enjoy when either there's not a very clear point of a movie or not very clear resolve in a movie, you might be disappointed by this movie. But I love dark humor. I love weird things, and this is that kind of movie. But I'm giving you a warning. Like it's weird. It's very weird. I don't know if they still make isn't it by Coke? But yeah, it's this thing. I think they actually I might have seen it on the shelves. But this was really popular back in the 80s, and they had one of these on their dinner table, which is somebody mentioned Jolt. It reminded me of that. Okay. Whoa. Scientists have discovered the first Verivore? They still make Jolt. I'll have to go buy a can just to put on my desk. A verivore. So, an organism that eats viruses? Chloroviruses, a career-defining discovery by Nebraska's James Van Eaton, are known to infect microscopic green algae. Eventually, the invading chloroviruses burst their single-celled hosts like balloons, spilling carbon and other life-sustaining elements into the open water. That carbon, which might have gotten to predators of the tiny creatures, instead got vacuumed up by other microorganisms, a grim recycling program in miniature and seemingly in perpetuity. Does anybody know one of those services that will summarize an article for you? Also, am I saying this right? Viravory? Vervivore? Reddit? Did they just come up with the term vervivore? Vervivore isn't even on the page. Well, ChatGPT, you can't give it links or anything like that. Article summarizer. Copy paste the article. He wasn't joking. It probably could, but you'd have to paste the code in one by one. I think that's one of the things that ChatGPT is like really good at, is taking a block of code and then adding comments to it. But okay. Summary ratio is 32%. Have found that a species of Halteria microscopic celades that populate freshwater worldwide can eat huge numbers of infectious chloroviruses that share their aquatic habit. Honestly, that's all I need to highlight in here. For the first time, the team's lab experiments have also shown that a virus-only diet, which the team calls virovory, is enough to fuel the psychological growth and even population growth of an organism. Cool. That's the section that I will read when I talk about this article. Yeah, just remove the formatting. I asked ChatGPT how I could raise capital for my hedge fund. It suggested that I do illegal things. You pointed out they're illegal. Yeah, that's funny. Because it's like, well, you didn't say you wanted it to be illegal, but yes, those things are illegal. Okay. We gotta go faster than this. Going full-time on my software as a service after 13 years. I'll launch YouTube Archiver? That's cool. Open source self-hosted web analytics. That's cool too. I saw this article. I definitely want to show that one. Okay. We'll pick from these. We'll pick like 2 or 3 from these articles, and then we'll get it going. We're almost done. We've got tons of stuff to talk about. I am kind of missing any libraries and releases. If anybody knows of any recent releases of popular libraries, I'll throw a link here. We have that Tanstat query. Now has the Svelte query adapter. Beautify 3.1 came out. This library isn't new, but it is getting a lot of stars, maths. And if anybody knows of other libraries, I'll be happy to put them on here. Interesting. Thank you, Delano. Interesting. What does my GitHub page suggest? Let's see. For you. I've never clicked on this before. That's called Dark Reader, Ben. Right now I have Dark Reader on. It's disabled except for the sites I enable it. So you can have it enabled all the time, but it does weird things. Like if I enable it on GitHub, you can see that GitHub already has a dark theme and it like changes it. So when I come across a website that is blinding, I'll turn it on, but it's called Dark Reader. I've never clicked this link before. It's for you. And it shows repos? Like the Green Web Foundation? What is this? A type-safe TypeScript client for GraphQL? React v TypeScript boilerplate? I feel like this could be useful, but it's a lot. I'd have to keep track. I'd have to keep an eye on it, like throughout the week to see what pops up. Yeah, I think it's I think it's more so you look at it every now and then, and you'll find something every now and then. I don't have that. Let's see. Not that. This. Hey, version 404. When did version 4 come out? December 9th. And then version 4.04 has a bunch of fixes. It's not a major release, though. I don't know if it's newsworthy. That's a lot. YouTube archiving made simple. This is cool. Because like there are CLI tools that will download YouTube videos, but this is like a meta tool that keeps track of what's been downloaded and will download new things if they get posted. So that's cool. I'll talk about that. You can also view your archive as a seamless offline website. That's the other cool thing. Cool. I would say I'm a casual data hoarder. So if you have it, r slash, I think it's data hoarders. Yeah. Is data hoarder. This is the one. R slash data hoarder is all people talking about how they set up network attack storage and how they archive things and stuff like that. I would say for the end of the world, or at a time when the internet doesn't work anymore, it will be nice to have various archives of like books, and now that I think about it, YouTube channels, right? Like, wouldn't it be nice to like back up some of your favorite YouTube channels for entertainment? In the event that the internet goes down and all you have is your local network, something like this would be cool. Maybe America 2050. Let's see. These are like recently published. Yeah, if we could take this list and only show packages that have like over 1,000 installs or downloads a week, we might be able to find some interesting stuff. Yeah, and you can get a copy of Wikipedia itself seems pretty doable. A copy of Wikimedia is harder because once you start adding images and videos and audio, then like you need a lot more data to store it. But yeah. I like to keep track of which TV shows, movies, and books I watched and read on the date. I think it's fun to look back on. Yeah, I think you're right, David, because honestly, I'm thinking of ways that I could use this archiving tool. Because I could archive my channel, like you're saying, and then run local AI to extract the text, speech to text, extract the subtitles, and then have like create some sort of like search index for the videos themselves. I know YouTube might be doing a little bit of that already, but it'd be cool to see like the exact sentence I say in a given video, and like you'd be able to search for it like that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I think it's around that size now, Algo Bro, if you look it up. Mainly because it's all text-based, but once you can start incorporating images and stuff, then it's big. Okay, Wikipedia compressed is 21 gigabytes now. Okay, wait. That's smaller. It's not bad. Yeah, okay. Goat counter. Easy web analytics, no tracking of personal data. Yeah, I guess they didn't really have like a new release. This was just linked on Hacker News. Why was Roman concrete so durable? Researchers have spent decades trying to figure out the secret of this ultra-durable ancient construction material, particularly in structures that endured especially harsh conditions. Now a team of investigators at MIT, Harvard, and laboratories in Italy and Switzerland have made progress in the field. The findings are published today in the journal Science Advances. Okay. Because it didn't have 2-ton trucks driving on it. I mean, you probably have a point, Clicky Poo. Like, it didn't go through as much as concrete today goes through, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that, Wow So Clutch. There's a wiki reader? Okay, Node version 19.4 got released. I got released 2 days ago. Notable changes. Updated NPM. Wait, no. That was 19.3. 19.4, the notable changes. are things that I, I don't really know how to talk about. Um, WikiReader, was this like a physical device for reading Wikipedia? I feel like I remember this. It debuted in 2009. Huh. Huh. Okay, I'm not gonna talk about this. It's just it's too sciencey. Like I don't know enough to tell people to go check it out. OMG.lol. Get the best internet address you've ever had. Type your name here. Buy it for $20? Why would I do that? Okay. Okay, yeah, this is an article. Production Twitter on one machine. Yeah, I'll share this. Yeah, we've been honestly looking for news articles always takes longer than I thought it was going to. The other thing I need to do after this is, I think, organize these in a somewhat sensible format that makes sense in like what order should I talk about them in, and then all of these YouTube videos, I want to find like a 10-second clip that I can play of them. Good. All right. This is the news. I guess I don't know. I want this to be a general news show. Like I want people to be able to watch this and know nothing about Coding Garden. So yeah, I think it is sunny, but we'll see how it goes. I think I'll do one take, and if that ends up taking 20 minutes, I'll cut half the articles and do another take. But I do my goal is to do it in one take with no edits, minimal effort, publish it tomorrow. That's the plan, anyways. Oh, and thank you, Clicky Poo. Weekly releases? And from Hatem, I think I missed these. I'll take a look at these. Yeah, I am going to self-promote. I'm going to do a view from the a view from the garden is brought to you by viewers like you. If you'd like to support me, you can support me with a donation on Patreon, become a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, GitHub sponsor, or purchase my merch. So I'll definitely have this up. Takes notes. Shameless plug, yeah. The thing is, like, I don't do it in any of my YouTube videos. And Blue Hippie, thank you for that Prime. You're new here. Appreciate you. But yeah, I don't do this in any of my videos, and I really should. There should just be 10 seconds where I'm like, hey, I don't take sponsors. I get supported by my community, and if you'd like to support me, here's how you can do it. How AI-driven development will make developers' lives easier in 2023. Cool. I don't doubt that this is a good article, but I think the news about ChatGPT and like how it's going to change our work, I think it's pretty overplayed at this point. And David Snyder, thank you for the 20 months. It's awesome. Appreciate you. tapi.js. Yeah, I mean, It seems fine, but I wouldn't use this in production code because like this is like a runtime generated type. There are better tools for this, and tools that wouldn't require you to do it dynamically. Convert JSON types into TypeScript classes. Yeah. Okay. What's up? I'm unhooked. Space-time data utility? We saw Wretch. I didn't like it. I'll tell you why. I mean, I think it seems cool, but it looks like it really wants to be promise-based, right? Where you have like these chained functions. But I would use this with async await, and if you're using async await, then you really wouldn't be using these chained functions. You would just have like a try catch, and then like a handler in the catch. It seems all right. I still don't. I like the interface that Axios provides. Like, this is the one that I'm used to, and it works really well. I like the way that it works. I don't know. Okay. Now's the time where I actually click these links and open them in various order. So that's there. I want to highlight this section. Cool. We'll go here. I'll click that live, I think. No, I'll open it now. Please turn off the dark mode? Like you don't like the dark mode? Is that what you're saying? Some people have my video up on their TV, and like if it's night where they are, it just instantly lights up their entire room, which I try to avoid. I would say more people like dark mode than don't like it. Show what framework I would choose between React Angular Vue, and Svelte. It depends. Like for the next project that we're going to be working on, I chose Svelte Kit, but I didn't necessarily choose it because of Svelte. I chose it because of the meta framework, Svelte Kit. Oh, thank you, I am Speedy. I don't like it. I love it. Yeah, and I get it. Not everyone likes it, but I'm gonna keep it. All right, now's the point where I have to find a section of these videos that I want to highlight. So this is a cool video. Actually, I haven't talked about these with Stream yet. So this is a cool video by Computerphile. So if you're not familiar with Computerphile, great YouTube channel. All kinds of really cool stuffs and like really smart people talking about really cool stuff. But because they interview so many different people, the interviewer has a sound check question, which is, what is your favorite computer science book? And this is all of the answers from the past year. I want to show this guy. Anybody know his name? I always forget his name. I'll look it up. If somebody knows his name, I will gift you a sub. You have 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Brailsford. Yeah, Professor Brailsford. That's him. Macaroni Pizza Pie is already a sub. But yeah, I think I want to show this section specifically, the books that he recommends.
It's more general, and I would certainly put it on my top shelf. No, top shelf. Accessible shelf.
Shortlisted.
Shortlisted, yes.
Sound check question then.
No, top shelf. And certainly higher units of levels when I found...
It was the first thing that really excited me, got me into computer science.
Hey, macaroni pizza pie. That's the opposite. You he yeah. So that's some of the talks that I saw. It's just him and Brian Kernigan sit down to talk about stuff. But that's the opposite, macaroni pizza pie. You gifted because you got it right. Frame by frame on YouTube is the less than and greater than. That'll go like one frame by frame. It's really nice for skateboarding videos. Like gnarliest tricks of
I was
2022.
here probably like 7 years ago, and back then I did
Frontside flip out.
tail.
Whoa, no frontside heel flip. But if you go frame by frame, you can do like this. Okay, let's see. So this is tail slide to frontside heel flip, frontside 360 heel flip, reverse. Oh my god. I don't even know what that trick is called.
Thing. And today I'm gonna try.
Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah. Don't press shift. Just command and period. It's the button that has less than and greater than. Yeah, I mean, I want to skate more. Honestly, it's going to be probably the only way that I stay in shape. But you see what the people are doing these days? I don't even know what that trick is called. Isn't it? Is it like a 360 heel flip, like a laser flip? But he did like a 360 heel flip 180. The ankle breaker.
Push tail, big heel.
Okay, from this angle, it was just a 360 heel flip. Nice. Yeah, but I use it a lot for like skateboarding videos when I'm just like trying to figure out what they're doing. Okay. I hit my 30s. I feel like I'm gonna hurt myself. Well, I like to skate transition. So I wear knee pads at a minimum. Sometimes I wear like elbow pads too. This is a great YouTube channel if you haven't heard of it. Live Overflow. Tons of security focused videos. And he recently started doing this deep dive series where he has been talking about various computer concepts from a beginner perspective. And this one specifically is on computer networking. So he talks about TCP, IP, the OSI layers and stuff like that. I feel like there's a I thought he had a playlist for all of the deep dive videos. Yeah, I mean, anytime I watch security related content, I get really paranoid. Here it is, general security education. That's the one. Because he's doing deep dives on what's a server, what's a protocol. All right, let's pick a section of this that I want to highlight.
Computer networking and those protocol layers like Ethernet, TCP, IP and all that stuff was kind of confusing to me when I was younger. Then at university I was introduced to the OSI layer model, but it was just an abstract model and I still didn't understand it. It took me a while until this whole concept of layered packets, OSI layer model and so forth clicked. So now in this video I will try to explain it to you, the basics of computer network. Working. Clicked. So now the whole concept of layered packets, OSI layer model and so forth clicked.
I think he's German. I don't know. Okay. Okay, this was a cool one. So not like super like computer focused, but Hal Den. I only recently found his channel. He is German, cool. but I only recently found his channel, and he's done a lot of stuff just like on like writing Python stuff. Like his videos are really well produced for being a coding channel in a way. But this video was how he used the is it the Meta? I'll say what it is. Meta Quest Pro with virtual monitors for a week.
In this video, I'm going to spend a full week working with a portable triple monitor setup.
Not the HoloLens. Yeah, so the Meta, I mean, it's similar because it does augmented reality, but the MetaQuest Pro has pass-through. So the MetaQuest Pro has cameras on it so that when you have the headset on, you can actually, it's like you're seeing what you're seeing, but then it can do AR. So I'll show that, but I also want to show a clip further into the video. Yeah, Code Aesthetic is interesting. It popped up out of nowhere, and all of its videos have like over 100,000 views. It's cool. I will say it's very well produced. But they literally only have 4 videos, and all of them have over 200,000 views. It seems weird to me. It seems weird. But they're well produced. I will say that. Yeah, I think that's the thing about Halden as well. It's like lifestyle programming, I guess. Yeah. Okay. This was super funny. I mean, he talks about it in the video, but he literally he booked 4 flights on this airplane so that way he could film himself using it while he was on a flight.
Challenge. Don't have any space almost, so this sequence. So you really need 4 seats. I hope this test is actually interested to see what this will actually be like, and I hope this test is actually worth it because I've bought literally actually worth it. Interested to see what this will actually be like, and I hope
Right there. Okay. 4 seats. 4 seats all on the same flight. But he shows himself using it in various different places. So he uses it at home. He uses it at a coffee shop. He tries it on a bus. He tries it on an airplane. And he booked a row. He booked 1 row on the airplane so that he could like set up his camera tripod and everything, and he wouldn't be interfering with people in the other seats. Yeah. So this video from Fireship. As you can see, Fireship likes to meme. Why am I pausing at really specific points? Because this is what I'm about to do when I get everything open. I am going to, in one take, talk about all of these tabs that I have open. And I want to be able to, when I'm talking about this video that I'm recommending, I want to be able to just press play at the specific spot that I want to showcase. So we're, we're setting up for recording a YouTube video. I don't know, have I seen John Hammond? Haven't. I talked about this earlier, but I never thought about doing this. And Mr. Zerny, thank you for the 4 months. I never thought about doing this. I created a new YouTube account just so I can subscribe to one specific kind of thing. So because I, like on my personal YouTube account, like I have cooking channels and skateboarding channels, some tech channels, but I don't like to see programming videos in my YouTube feed for like entertainment. I don't know why I never thought about this before. So I created this account and then went through and subscribed to like hundreds of like tech focus and programming focused YouTube channels. Yeah. Obsolete and Lister. The thing is, people don't want to create separate accounts though. Yeah, let me check out Sebastian League too. It's possible I'm already... I'm not. I've seen this video, visualizing data with 7 segment displays. Yeah, I remember when this came out. Because I was like, this is really well produced for like a tech video. What do you got, Oscar? Microsoft subdomain from takeover from... Should I click this? Or is this the takeover? The SEO coherence? Let me know, Oscar. It's safe? Okay, someone added that on their GitHub pages. It's a subdomain takeover. Okay, did they fix it at this point? Yeah, they did. Here's the archive page. What's a subdomain takeover? They fixed it. Yeah, so basically what happened, and one of the comments was describing it. So Microsoft owned this subdomain, SEO-coherence.microsoft.com. Like that is their subdomain. And on some Microsoft GitHub repo, they had used it as the GitHub pages. Well, actually, maybe not. Like, it was already pointed at GitHub pages or already pointed at the IP address of GitHub pages. So all someone had to do was publish a GitHub repo with this in the CNAME, and now that domain is theirs. So they did a subdomain takeover. But since it's already fixed, I won't talk about it. Wait, there's an email at the bottom? Truffle security? Oh, on archive, check the email. I see, okay. That sucks. And so what they're saying is Microsoft auto-responded with an email that was written next year. Wait, no, last year? This is a European date. So January 24th, 2022. So this email was written last year, but they... Is that what you're saying? Regardless, what Microsoft was saying is they're not going to pay out for it because they're fixing it in bulk or something like that. Oh well, that's fun. That's a quick little aside. All right.
Carpal tunnel, macular degeneration, social isolation, an excellent salary, and back problems. If that sounds good to you, might I recommend a career in programming? But how does one...
So if you've never heard of Fireship or you haven't seen his snarky tone, this is it. But this is like a snarky take on how to learn to program. But what's fun is he doesn't just talk about web dev at this point. Like, there are several parts of the video where he talks about if you want to do desktop development on Windows versus Mac versus Linux, also about native development. So yeah, he's definitely a jokester. I think when I talk about that one, I'll scroll through it live. Okay, and then this one's from Network Chuck. I found Network Chuck when I was working on a lot of home lab stuff. It's got really good production value. He's a good presenter. This video is the Hacker's Roadmap, how to get started with IT in 2023.
Virtualization, cloud. If you want to get started in cybersecurity or just IT in general in 2023, here's how you do it. I'm going to show you a path that if you follow, could result in a six-figure salary and faster than you might expect it. This path has 8 parts. The first 5 apply to everyone in IT. I don't care what you want to do.
The fact that he has them blurred out, I mean, that makes sense. It makes you watch the video so you know what they are.
8 parts. The first 5 faster than you might expect it. This
Okay. 1, study. 2, get 15 years of experience. 3, get a 6-figure job. Depending on where you work, I mean, you can enter the industry with that salary, but you have to be in like a higher cost of living place. Yeah, you could definitely feel that way, Clicky Poo. But I will say a lot of the stuff that Network Chuck publishes is good technical content. Like this is definitely a higher level video, right? Because it's for newcomers. But I mean, he has videos on setting up servers and configuring things, and then also has videos on the like whatever that security exam is that people need to take to be a certified CISP or whatever that is. He has videos on that too. But I see what you're saying. Like, when something seems so highly produced, it feels less genuine. CC a day? That's probably it. I've never done it. Yeah. I think with anything though, like anybody that is at a high level enough that they need a roadmap like this, they got to start somewhere, right? Like this is at least going to give them the terms that they need to search the web for to start their own journey. So I'm not opposed to suggesting this video. Yeah. And Algobro says, I struggle with that balance. My Twitch profile is blank, but I also feel the need to have Twitter and YouTube presence. Honestly, like my viewership has been growing the last week or so, and I think it's because I've been posting more YouTube videos. Like my last YouTube video before the one I published last Monday, which was Tech News, was published 3 weeks ago. But I've published a video almost every day last week, and it's just getting more and more people to find my stuff. I mean, obviously the viewership is down on these, but also if we're talking meta, like these videos will kind of live forever because new programmers always need to learn how to reverse a string. It's not like this is like a trending topic. This is like when you search YouTube for reverse a string, I'll come up, you know? A gaming streamer told me YouTube builds the Twitch audience. Yeah, and I used to stream on, like before I was a Twitch affiliate and now Twitch partner, I used to stream on both Twitch and YouTube. And honestly, when I streamed on YouTube, my channel was growing a whole lot faster. And that's because like YouTube was suggesting my live stream to people that wouldn't typically watch live streams, but do typically watch like technical content. So I am missing out on that growth, but I think now publishing videos more frequently helps with that. Because every video I tell people to come over to Twitch. Yeah. What's this guy's name? I forget his name.
Next.js 13.1 is here, and it includes improvements to both the pages directory and the app directory that is in beta. Let's dive in and take a look at some of the new features that have been released. First up, we have a brand new Create Next app, now redesigned and revamped in 13.1.
Yeah, I think it varies, SQL Gordster, but I think there are a lot of people Lee Robinson, that's him. Is that him? Lee Rob, cool. Thank you. But yeah, I think a lot of people that watch a lot of Twitch, they're watching me for a while, and then if I send them somewhere else, they drop a follow. So that is a thing for sure. Cool. Just show that one. Now... this is going to get like 2 seconds. I feel like I need to do an entire video on the JavaScript Rising Stars. All right, honestly, let's take a second to put these in a good order. I think it makes sense to talk about JavaScript Rising Stars first, then view a year in review. Then we get into more dev-related things, not necessarily JavaScript and web dev. So the article about finding AWS keys, running Twitter on one machine. I think like maybe this Linux stuff could be grouped together. And maybe we talk about that in a different section. Well, not in a different, but we talk about that later. And like this is also like Linux related. Safari turns 20. I think that's interesting news. We'll talk about that towards the beginning. Production Twitter on one machine. Honestly, CM Griffin's going to get moved down to the interesting libraries and new releases. Yeah, he's definitely a good dude. Do I talk about Linux and the Ether SX2 news before this other stuff? I think maybe I do. Yeah, let's do this. And then honestly, this JavaScript stuff we'll talk about specifically in the JavaScript libraries, releases. Interesting libraries, new releases. We'll say news. There. That feels better. Cool. And so at this point, I think it depends, Shaggy. I think like CM Griffin is very specific about his feedback to the people in his chat because he's trying to foster a very specific kind of community, right? He doesn't want to just allow anything to fly, and I think that's totally fine. Like that's how he's shaping his community and the people that watch him. Some people don't like it. People that get banned in his chat don't like it, but I think that's how he maintains his community and in a friendly chat, you know. I will. So I'm gonna, instead of creating the one tab page, I'm gonna create this. I'm gonna just link to this GitHub page. Yeah, it's his stream for sure. Yeah. So I mean, I respect it absolutely. Is there a section I want to highlight here? That. And that. Oscar says, I don't allow anybody in my stream. Is that because you don't stream, Oscar? All right. Yeah, I think that's it. It's that way with most Twitch streamers, right? If you like it, you stay. If you don't, you leave. Yeah, I guess I'll leave the source open because they mention while developing, receive daily emails. Yeah. Okay. This is a fun one. We didn't even talk about this earlier, but this person scanned PyPy, which is the Python package index. It's like the NPM of the Python world. And they found many different AWS keys and secrets. But yeah, they do talk about the types of leaks. Yeah, the key types. Dotto's Data Cafe? I'm not familiar. Canadians will know. Is it like it's? I mean, is it similar to like the Computer Chronicles? Think so, except Canadian. Cool. I haven't heard of that, Sonny. Let's see. in one daily email. Cool. I'd prefer it if I didn't have to get it in my email, but that's cool. All right. How do I want to talk about this? The real conclusion is up in the middle, but I had a lot of fun researching this project, and I hope it conveys some appreciation for what hardware is capable of. How cheaply could you serve Twitter? Okay, okay, thanks, Clicky Boo. Let's see. Nice. So they actually like summarize the articles too. That's cool. And I was thinking about this earlier, and I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier too. It's like I want my new show to get you to go to the articles and go to the things that I'm showing you. Because while it's nice to have a summary, a lot of people, that's as far as they'll go, right? They won't actually go read the article itself. And I do want to I want to give credit where credit is due, so that people go to these articles and stuff. But it is an interesting point. I think there's probably is it JavaScript Weekly that does a similar thing for JavaScript related stuff? Jeez, these cost breakdowns are insane. Wow. I read the headlines. Yeah. I mean, and that's like, and I think that's what I'm trying to say, Clicky Poo. The name of the show is a view from the garden, because it's like I have curated these links, and I think they're worth reading. Cool. I feel like this is going to take me a while to talk about all these. Cheesy cost for dozer. Yeah, it's I think it's just like a local AI model that's doing the real-time subtitles. It's a plugin I have inside of OBS. All right. Here we are. We're almost till the end. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that, Clicky Poo. I don't know who's gonna watch it though. It could just be an unlisted intro video at like the top of the playlist. Yeah. View a year in review. Here's the thing I'm excited about. Vapor mode. Let's see the Svelte demos. Vapor mode. Yeah. All right, and then I actually want this to be the very last thing, so I remind people to do that. Okay, does anyone know? Actually, I have an idea. I'm gonna create a slide deck with the titles, but then I'm gonna have that slide to separate each section. Watch me. Okay. A lot of links. A lot of links. Like, the thing is, if I make the news show 10 minutes or under, it's going to get more views. If it's a 20, 30-minute news show, less people are going to click on it. Like, again, that's even more time people have to spend watching the thing to get my recommendations, you know? But, all right, what I wanted to do was to grab the different section titles. So first up, interesting news. Then we have interesting builds. And we have YouTube videos you should check out. Cool. The target audience is people that like tech and programming and web dev. Or maybe one of two, not all three, but maybe one of them. Cool. So what I'm going to do is this will be the first thing. And then man, it puts a new tab there. That's okay. This goes right here. No ums, yeah. I literally have two signs right here that remind me not to say All right, developers and tech is gonna go after all the YouTube videos. A genius. I mean, I'll be honest, like, a lot of this stuff, I'm not the first one to do it. So, and honestly, I was inspired by Ludwig and Mogul. What is it? What is the show called? Mogul News? Mogul Madness? Mogul something? Mogul Mail, that's it. But if you've seen any of his Mogul Mail videos, they're done in one take, and he just has all his tabs open, ready to talk about the thing. And that's kind of what I'm doing here. But obviously with more ums and less insight. I don't know. Cool. Yeah, and what's up, Xspeed? Welcome in. Thank you for for completing my thought. I guess technically, I should have this. What's up, Kimiri Codes? Welcome in. Now, the other, like, I actually just found this YouTube show today, but the official GitHub channel has the Download, which is a weekly news show. Apparently that's hard to find. Oh, here it is. It's this. If you look in their playlists, I think they have the download playlist. Oh, I don't know, Clicky Poo. Here it is, the Download. I just found this today, but apparently they've been doing like either like monthly or weekly news show. But one of the group my tabs, I literally have never used tab groups before, but you're not wrong. How do I do that? Isn't there's like a open a new tab? I'm not opposed to it. I'm just new to it. It's a plugin? I feel like actually you can do this. Can't you choose? All right, let's try it. Let's try grouping. What do I do now? I've selected them, now what? Yeah, this is Firefox. I don't know if Firefox supports it. I thought Firefox did have groups. Yeah. Oh, well, I'm not worried about it for right now. It's a Chrome thing? Okay. But what I was gonna say is, I mean, if you've seen other news shows, they typically started off like in the first 30 seconds to a minute, they give you a preview of what they're gonna talk about. I haven't tried Arc, no. And that's what they do on the Download. Is like the first thing is like, in this episode, this, and this. Stay tuned for more. I don't know if I'm gonna do that. I think I'll just just get into it. All right, I'm going to go turn my AC off, use the restroom, and then we're going to record the new show in one take. Here we go, but I'll be right back. At someone in chat, give them a compliment. See you in a moment. Okay, we're back. Should I hide the Twitch chat while doing this? What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? I'll run a quick poll. Mark Boot says yes. Yes? Probably. It's so interesting. The overwhelming majority was just yes, yes, do it. Okay. I think I will hide the Twitch chat, but what I'm going to do is at the end, everyone needs to be ready. Everyone be ready, because when I say visit us live over on twitch.tv/codinggarden, I'm going to open the Twitch chat, and I need you all to say hi. Make it seem like there are a lot of people here. The people on YouTube should come hang out on Twitch. Does that sound good? One in chat if that sounds good. One? Great. We got a few yes. Yeah, and I guess okay, yeah. So we'll do it official. We'll disable the drop game. Okay. Quick stretch. Everybody quick stretch. Bumblebee, 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 bumblebee. What's the code word? No, I'm just gonna say, here I come, Twitch chat. That's all I'm gonna say. Also, I need your opinion on this. Should I hide the Twitch chat like this so that it's this gradient background? Or do I keep it as like this space background? Gradient background, space background. What do you think? Space? Okay, yeah. I think like this one is just a little too blank. I do agree with that. Tabs, spaces. All right. Don't say and I just said but I'm going to do my best. Instead of saying I will just be silent. That's my plan. Can I full screen my browser? Thing is, if I full screen my browser, then it'll cut off over here. I don't want to be standing in front of the articles. Okay, here I go. Check. Oh, I should have a timer going too. Because if I cross over the 20-minute mark, I might as well just stop and then like pare things down and then do it again. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to A View from the Garden, your weekly programming, news, interesting things show. First up, we have... let's do it again. I didn't click into my editor. You get one retake for free. I said and I instantly said an Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to A View from the Garden, your weekly tech news, interesting things show. First up, we have interesting news. This article titled "Eating Viruses Can Power Growth Reproduction of I swear I can do this. I can do this in one take. I swear. Third time's the charm. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to A View from the Garden, your weekly programming, tech, interesting things news show. First up, in interesting news, we have this article from unl.edu. Eating viruses can power growth, reproduction of microorganisms. In this article, DeLong, the doctor, one more time. Turn off the camera and I'll do it in one take. Okay, what do I want to say about this article? In this article, John DeLong, not Tom DeLong. In this article, John DeLong, the scientist. This article talks about how microscopic xylates that populate freshwater worldwide can eat huge numbers of infectious chloroviruses that share their aquatic habitat. For the first time, the team's lab experiments have also shown that a virus-only diet, which the team calls virovory, is enough to fuel the psychological growth and even population growth of an organism. In summary, these things eat viruses, and that's really cool. And then I'll move on from there. That's all I'm going to say about this. Freestyling is impossible to do in one take. Well, here's the thing. Once I get going, try and stop me. Try and stop me. Okay. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to A View from the Garden, your weekly programming, tech, interesting things news show. First up in interesting news, we have this article from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln that talks about how a scientist, John DeLong, discovered a type of organism that can eat viruses. So the experiments shown that a virus-only diet, which the team calls virovory, is enough to fuel the psychological growth and even population growth of an organism. I don't know a lot about this, but it seems super interesting, so definitely check out that article. This article from Mac Rumors talks about how Safari turns 20. This was yesterday. So Safari is officially 20 years old. They even link the article from 2003. The Apple press release, where Apple was talking about how they unveiled Safari, the fastest browser on the Mac. And we predict that many will feel it's the best browser we've ever created. So if you want to feel old, Safari was released 20 years ago. Okay, now for interesting builds. These are various things I found on Reddit that people have built that seem pretty cool. So this is from a user, P-Drift, where they built a portable Raspberry Pi project. So they actually took the keyboard from a BlackBerry, and they have this screen here, and they 3D printed everything to create an enclosure for a Raspberry Pi. They detail it here on Imager. You can see all of the build process, the prototyping. They did 3D printing to get everything going. Super interesting build. This build comes from the user Mr. Deely, and it's a Raspberry Pi Retro TV. So they have this little mini TV here that they 3D printed. And it allows you to play games on the RetroPi, which is an emulator that runs on the Raspberry Pi. So they show their build process here, which is pretty cool as well. And then lastly, this is an article titled Making the Ultimate Guitar Web Player Easier to Practice With. Now, they didn't build too much custom hardware, but they did use this pedal that allowed them to control the page. So if you've ever played guitar before, you know that you either have to have like an auto scroller so that it scrolls if you're reading the tabs on the page. And so they bought this thing and they programmed it so that they could tap it with their foot to go forward or backwards while they were playing guitar. So that's a pretty cool article as well. Now for interesting YouTube videos. This video was published by Computerphile, a great channel you should subscribe to if you're not, which is What Do Computer Scientists Read? So Computerphile does all kinds of videos and interviews all kinds of people. And the sound check question that they did throughout last year was, what's your favorite book or what's your favorite computer science book? So in this episode, it's basically all of the takes from last year, and you can see what
when
their
I
favorite
found
books
a
were.
book that does an undergraduate course at the right sort of level, and Andrew Tannenbaum, you know, from Freie University in Holland, writes very good books. And certainly the stuff of Brian's history and memoir of Unix I've greatly enjoyed, but in some ways this is more general, and I would certainly put it on my top shelf. No, top shelf, accessible shelf.
Yeah, The Mythical Man Month is definitely a good read if you haven't checked that one out. This video comes from what's the channel name? Live Overflow. This channel has tons of really good resources for networking and computer security. And recently, he's been doing this general security education series where he does deep dives. This specific video is on computer networking.
So now in this video, I will try to explain it to you, the basics of computer networking. At the start, I will be using paper to illustrate networking, but at the end, we will make the bridge over to sockets and bits and bytes.
Yeah, so definitely check it out. He gives a good overview of everything, and then he also has deep dives on what is a server, what is a protocol. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, definitely check it out. This video comes from Halden. And it's how they tried using virtual monitors for a week. So they got the MetaQuest Pro VR headset, which also supports augmented reality, and I'll let him tell you about it.
In this video, I'm going to spend a full week working with a portable triple monitor setup.
How will I take these monitors with me, I hear you ask?
Well, here they are.
So the video is fantastic, really well edited. He's got good jokes and stuff like that. And he tries it everywhere. So he tries it on a bus, he tries it at his home, he tries it in a coffee shop. He even tries it on an airplane.
I'm very interested to see what this will actually be like, and I hope this test is actually worth it, because I've bought literally 4 seats on this airplane just so that I could be able to actually film this sequence.
Yeah, and so I don't know how he did it, probably some kind of like After Effects, but to get the actual video to show what he was seeing is super cool as well. So this video was really well done. And honestly, like I think about this all the time. This is my break timer, by the way, so I'm just going to talk over it. But I think about this all the time. Like we always see like in science fiction the idea of like augmented reality and like having our screens with us all the time and stuff like that. And this is kind of like the first time that we can actually do this kind of thing. So it's super interesting to see like what the tech is like that we have right now and like is it actually feasible. So definitely go check out his video. This video comes from Fireship. If you know him, you know he's got jokes.
Carpal tunnel, macular degeneration, social isolation, an excellent salary, and back problems. If that sounds good to you, might I recommend a career in programming? But
So in this video, he doesn't. So Fireship sometimes mostly focuses on web dev related things, but in this video, he also talks about what do you do if you want to do desktop development? What do you do if you want to do mobile development? What do you do if you want to do web dev, front end versus back end? And he kind of gives like a high level roadmap for all of that. So definitely check out that video and have a good laugh as well. This video comes from Network Chuck, and it is the Hacker's Roadmap, how to get started in IT in 2023.
This path has 8 parts. The first 5 apply to everyone in IT. I don't care what you want to do. The last 3 will get a bit more hacking, cybersecurity specific. Now, make sure you watch until the end. I'm going to give
Watch until the end. But definitely check out that video, especially if you're newer to IT, you're newer to the industry, and you're trying to get a lay of the land and figure out what you need to do. This will give you a good intro so you can figure out what you need to go Google next. This video from the Versal channel, this is Lee Robinson. I think that's his name. Sorry if it's not. Talking about what's new in Next 13.1.
Next.js 13.1 is here, and it includes improvements to both the pages directory and the app directory that is in beta. Let's dive in and take a look at some of the new features that have been released.
So definitely check out that video, rundown of all the new features. It's awesome. This video from James Q. Quick talks about 10 amazing conferences for JavaScript developers in 2023. So this is 10 conferences that are going to be happening that you could potentially check out or ask your employer to send you to if you do have a budget for that kind of thing. All right, now on to developers and tech. This article published on XDA Developers, Google announces official Android RISC-V support. I didn't know what RISC-V was, but I looked into it, and also talks about it in this article. So RISC-V is special because it's a free and open ISA, and vendors that want to make cheap IoT products will be interested in using RISC-V to help develop low-cost chips. So right now, ARM is kind of the main thing for that, and this is like a competitor to ARM, but it is open source. So if you look at their Wikipedia, RISC-V is an open standard instruction set architecture. That's that ISA acronym, based on established RISC principles. So it's really cool that Android is going to be supporting it now. There will be more options for IoT, for hardware, and Lars Bergström, Android's director of engineering, said that he wants RISC-V to be seen as a tier 1 platform on Android. So more devices that support this are going to be supported and will be released going forward, which is pretty sweet. This is news about HDR support in Linux. So, new Linux gaming milestone with the latest framework from Josh Aston. So, this was published by @Plagman. HDR can now be enabled for real games. Tested it tonight on my AMD desktop with Halo Infinite. So imagine running Halo on Linux, which is pretty crazy. And then this is another tweet by Fizz Ballsocket that shows a heat map. So HDR is high dynamic range. And it shows a heat map of what's actually happening here. And so with HDR, you have blacker blacks and whiter whites. And so this is really big news for gaming on Linux. In similar news, GNOME has Hackfest that they typically do. I also just learned about this when I was reading about all these things. But Hackfest is when they get everyone together, almost like a mini conference of people that contribute to GNOME. To work on new things. And at the proposed Hackfest here, they talk about they potentially will be working on HDR support. So this is more Linux devs that'll potentially be working on HDR to get even more support for this kind of thing, which is pretty cool. In other news, Ether SX2 development has been indefinitely suspended. So if you didn't know about this, this was a PS2 emulator, and the developer suspended the project because he was receiving threats from people in the community. It's kind of sad. So in this article, Techlog 360, they talk about it. So Talreth, the developer, received daily emails with aggressive requests to improve the PlayStation 2 emulator or release a version of the PlayStation 3 emulator. These requests have become increasingly aggressive, leading to death threats against the developer. Talreth is tired of this behavior and does not see the point in continuing to work on a project that no longer pleases him. It's unfortunate because it's probably just one lame person with a bunch of email accounts and bots that have been spamming him. But things like this happen in the open source world as well. Like if you've seen projects with salty people in the GitHub issues talking about well, why doesn't your project support this feature, or when is this going to happen? Calm down, people. You're going to force people to stop working on open source projects altogether. So this is pretty sad news about Talreth and Ether SX2. In other news, this was an article published on Tom's corner of the internet, tomforb.es. It's titled, I scanned every package on PyPy, which is the Python package index. If you're from the JavaScript world, this is like the NPM of the Python world, and found 57 live AWS keys. This is a pretty common problem, even on GitHub repos where people accidentally commit their keys. And so in this article, they detail how they did it with a pretty fancy regular expression, and then talk about the results and some of the kinds of keys that they've found. So if you're familiar with AWS keys, you know that there are different types with different types of access. So root keys, user keys, service keys, and you're able to determine that when you find a specific key, you can query their API to see what it's capable of. So he did that, and it's pretty cool. So check out his article on how he did that. This article from Tristan Hume talks about production Twitter on one machine, 100 gigabits per second. NICs and NVMe are fast. So this article breaks down how you would run Twitter on a single machine and what it would cost. And it's also kind of an exercise in the classic system design interview question on how would you design Twitter. So it breaks down how you would do the timeline and tweet distribution logic, HTTPS request serving, image serving, video search ads and notifications, historical tweet and image storage, ML-based timeline, and he just gives a rundown and a breakthrough of how all of this would happen, and then at the end also talks about how much it would cost to run on a single machine as well. So definitely check that article out. This article from Strager is called Is Coding in Rust as Bad as in C++? So Strager also streams on Twitch, twitch.tv/Strager. Definitely check him out. And he just talks about, he wanted to compare the two. And it's fun because he actually had a hypothesis going into this. So his hypothesis was the Rust port will be slightly fewer lines of code than the C++ version. For full builds, C++ will take longer to compile than Rust. For incremental builds, Rust will take longer to compile than C++. So these were his hypotheses, and then he went in to test it. I'm not going to show you the results. Definitely check out his article if you want to see the results, but this was a pretty fun read as well. This was a Reddit post from user the Optimus Rhyme, who's actually the developer of this game, Kinga, Seeds of Civilization. I actually hadn't heard of this game, but their write-up is super interesting because it talks about what it's like to be an indie developer, putting all your time and money into working on this thing, and the fact that he actually hasn't made profit yet, having worked on this title for so long, and talks about burnout as well. So this is a really good read as well. Now, for JavaScript news, interesting libraries, and new releases. That wasn't supposed to happen. Here we go. 2022 JavaScript Rising Stars was released. So if you haven't heard of it, risingstars.js.org details packages on GitHub that are increasing in number of stars. And this is the rundown for everything that happened in 2022. So they talk about popular projects, front-end frameworks, all of the various front-end framework ecosystems, mobile, desktop, and they give a rundown of all of the popular things within each of those ecosystems. So definitely check this out. And I'm definitely going to be doing a deeper dive on all of the stuff that they rank in this article as well. This article was published last week by Evan Yu, the creator of and maintainer of Vue.js and also Vite and a lot of other open source things. But this is 2022, a year in review from the viewpoint. So it's about Vue.js. And it just recaps what happens. One thing that I want to point out, and from the What to Expect in 2023, there's this really interesting section on vapor mode. So vapor mode is an alternative compilation strategy that we've been experimenting with, inspired by Solid, and probably also Svelte. So if you're familiar with Solid and Svelte, they are front-end frameworks that when you build your app for distribution, it doesn't include an entire runtime. It only includes the things that it needs. And so they're experimenting with doing a similar thing with Vue.js. So given the same Vue single file component, Vapor Mode compiles it into JavaScript output that is more performant, uses less memory, requires less runtime support code compared to the current virtual DOM based output. So this is huge news. And Vue will definitely be a contender in the Solid and Svelte sphere of things that don't use a virtual DOM. Okay. Next up, we have this release from CM Griffin G, also a streamer, twitch.tv/CM Griffin G. He published Boringer avatars. So I think boring avatars is an existing thing, but this is it recreated to work with several different front-end frameworks. So if you've ever needed to have avatars based on a user ID or based on an email or something like that, you can do that with Boringer avatars. You essentially pass in a string or a number, and you're always going to get back the same generated avatar, depending on what you pass in. But they used a library that allowed them to publish for all of these different supported frameworks. So you can look at, let's say, the Svelte examples, and this will show you how you could add it to your code in your Svelte code base, which is pretty slick. This is a library in the Python ecosystem I found called YouTube Archiving Made Simple. It's called Yark. And this essentially allows you to archive an entire YouTube channel. So you've probably seen command line tools for downloading YouTube videos. This lets you do that, but it keeps track of what you've downloaded. So you can point it at a channel, download all the videos available, and then it will keep it up to date. So the next time you run the tool, it will download the videos that you're missing. So this is really cool, especially as a content creator, like being able to analyze my own YouTube videos, but also you could archive some of your favorite YouTubers' channels for viewing offline. It also generates a web-based viewer for all of your offline videos as well. In other news, TanStack Query version 4.21 comes with the Svelte Query Adapter. So if you have not seen it, TanStack is a tool, a collection of tools for doing a lot of things that we typically do in front-end development. So you've got TanStack Query, TanStack Table, TanStack Router, TanStack Virtual, React Charts, but they've been working on getting these libraries to be framework agnostic, because this is formerly known as React Query, now TanStack Query. And if you look at TanStack Query, it now supports a lot of different frameworks, including Svelte. So this is pretty big news. And if you haven't used this library before, essentially it makes data loading, caching, retries, all of the things you typically deal with in HTTP requests really, really easy. And now it has support for Svelte, which is pretty awesome. And lastly, in releases, Vuetify version 3.1 was released. And this is big news because they also have a release pipeline called Labs. So if you're familiar with Material UI, or MUI, which is the Material Design Component Library for React, Vuetify is the Material Design Component Library for Vue, or one of them. Labs is a feature very similar to the Labs feature in Material UI that essentially allows you to use components before they're in the core library. So you can actually try them out, but know that they're not necessarily a stable component yet, which is pretty sweet because you don't have to wait for them to be released, and you don't have to use an unstable version. You can just know that only those components under labs are potentially unstable. So definitely check that out. Lastly, Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. I don't take sponsors on my channel, so if you enjoyed this, if you enjoy any of my other videos, please consider sponsoring me on Patreon, become a YouTube member, click that thanks button on YouTube. You can be a Twitch subscriber, support me on GitHub. I also have merch for sale, coding.garden/support if you want to support me. Thank you so much. I am live on twitch.tv/codinggarden right now. Here I come, Twitch chat. Are you there? There it is. That's us, yeah. So if you want to be a part of the live studio audience for when I'm recording this episode, definitely come join us over here. And because it's a good old time. Look at all these fun people. Yeah. Alrighty, everyone. This has been A View from the Garden. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you in the next one. We did it, everybody. Okay, so that was 19 minutes. I think it's fine. I think in the future we can shoot for 15 minutes. Yeah. Let's go. Not a single. No, I did a couple of ums. But hey 2600, welcome back. Thanks for being here. I did a couple of ums, but way better than the first episode. I mean, I don't like calling attention to it because a lot of people have said they don't even notice it, but there were quite a few. There were way less than last time, all right? If you watch episode 1, I'm saying after like every single thing. I only said it a few times, and I kept like thinking in the back of my head, I was like, I'm not saying I'm not saying Yeah. Yeah, I consider it, yeah. Yeah. Drink stuff. I'm all out of beverages. Oh, thank you, Falcon. Cool. That was fine. I think, yeah, and I think I did a good enough job summarizing. You can tell the parts where I started to panic, like I don't know what I'm gonna say, but I think it's good enough. I think it's good enough. Cool. I'll push all these links up to GitHub right now if you want to click on them. Yeah, and I think that's the thing. I mean, for a lot of people, they will think that this is an edited video, right? Like they won't even know that this was filmed live, which is fine. But most people are used to edited content, right? I think it would. Of course, I could spend the time editing out the ums, potentially adding more overlay graphics and stuff like that. But if I can take that 20-minute take, upload it to YouTube, and that's all the work I had to do, I mean, like, what more could you ask for? You know, like, I don't have to spend time editing, like, post-processing. You just clip it and upload it. So, yeah. Yeah, they're all here on GitHub now. Oh, I didn't mention it in the video, but every single one of those links is also going to be in the YouTube description. So, here you go. These are the links that I just talked about. And thanks everyone that suggested a link. I guess that's one thing I didn't mention in the video is tune in on Twitch to suggest links. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I know, Mr. Cerny, because like I even asked my wife. I was like, "Did you notice all the ums in that video?" She's like, "I didn't even tell. I couldn't even tell." GSS are some aliases. So I switched to Zish, but it's all the same aliases that I used with Bash. So when I type GAA, that's get add period. When I do GSS, that's get status dash esh. When I do push, that's get push. Yeah, GSS is get status. think you can find them over here. An app that edits out those ums, possibly. Every app I've found for something like that typically costs money though. I need to update this because now that I've switched to Zish, I don't use a bash profile anymore. But if you look in the bash profile, this has all of my aliases. Check out Twitch to suggest new topics. Yeah, I think you're totally right. I think I'll have it in the README. I'll also have it like in the main page here too. A place to learn, a place of knowledge to yearn. From web development to machine learning, it's here your knowledge will be burning. From algorithms to graphs and data, the knowledge here never sate. From HTML and CSS to JavaScript, it's here you will find what you seek. What is sate? I don't know this word. Is this by ChatGPT? Coding Garden, a place of fun, a place to challenge all you've done, a place to learn, create, and grow. It's here you can make things to show. Nice, Oscar. A place of joy, a place of pride. It's here you'll find what you need inside. From coding challenges to tutorials, it's here your coding skills will bloom. Nice, Oscar. Appreciate it. It's kind of sad that I just assumed that it was ChatGPT that did that, but I appreciate you. I've thought about this, the QC Warrior. So I think like the... No, thank you, Callus. You're not old. I didn't make a big deal out of it when we got married. And sometimes I still call her my partner because she is my partner. It was me, Oscar. Well, you did great, Oscar. You did so good. I thought it was AI. What was I about to do? Oh yeah, I was going to talk about Descript. So I found like 3 other apps that are like Descript. But basically, this lets you do video editing by like editing a text document. Do they show an example? Yeah, so basically it transcribes your video and then you can just like select sections, press delete, and it's like it creates it removes that clip from the video. But I kind of want to try and make an open source version of this because every version I could find is like cloud hosted and they charge you based on the number of hours that are transcribed. And I do really long live streams, right? So if I'm trying to edit a 5-hour live stream, I would be done after two live streams. But it's possible to build something that only works locally. I want to build it. I don't know. Yeah. It would be fun to build. I don't think I would want to launch it as a paid product or anything, because that's basically what we're competing against is all these cloud products. This would be something you install on your computer, and it just runs everything locally. Because there are a bunch of pre-trained models that will just work locally. I think it's going to be my next side project. I don't think I'll work on it on stream, but I'm definitely going to work on it. All right, I need to go turn my AC back on. And then I guess I'll do one daily programmer because I do have that in my title. But I don't think I have the energy to do 3 daily programmers. So we'll do one daily programmer. What are we going to do? Return distinct values from a list. So daily programmer is just something that I started last week, but the idea is they're videos that are between 15 to 20 minutes long where I solve one problem multiple ways. And then also Twitch chat gets to show me their solutions as well. So it's over on my YouTube channel. So FizzBuzz, reverse a string, and find the minimum were all last week. And I think basically what I'm going to do is keep doing beginner, but gradually get harder. So this will essentially just be a long-lived playlist where if you're new to programming, I guess I need to add episode 2 to this playlist. But if you're new to programming, you could just start watching this playlist from the beginning to get like more beginner questions. Eventually they'll get a little bit harder. So like today, we're still going to be pretty beginner. I think remove the duplicates from an array could be interesting. That's a little bit harder than some of the other stuff we've done, though. Yeah, my AC isn't hooked up to home automation right now. I can reverse a string in HTML. Did you do it? Like right to left, left to right? It didn't work. I think it got stripped out. you could just use a set, but I think like the common theme is in all of these is yes, for reverse a string, you could just do split reverse join, but I talk about how you should be able to solve it with a for loop because that's being a programmer. Split reverse join is being a JavaScripter. And I think you should be a programmer first rather than a JavaScripter first. And then the most recent episode was find the minimum. And you could just use math.min, but I talk about you should be able to iterate through the array and find the min in that way. So yeah, similarly, like, yes, use a set because that's going to do it all in one go, but you could do it in a single iteration of a for loop as well. Oh, it worked. What'd you do? How's that any different? That's great. Well, last week I ended up recorded it on 2 separate days. I wanted to do them all in one day, but like I expected to be done with the news after an hour. We are now 4 hours later, so. Classic coding garden. So here's the thing. I need to find a beginner problem that will do for daily programmer. I'll go grab a drink and then we'll do it. I guess I probably just want to look at 7 Qs. Honestly, not even katas that I haven't trained on. Like, I think even vowel count could be interesting. Return the number of vowels in the given string. Fibonacci finder. It's too difficult for now. I expect I could do, this would be in the series like episode 40 or something like that. But for now, we're trying to keep it a bit more beginner. Let's see these. Square every digit of a number and concatenate them. For example, if we run 9119 through the function, 81, 1181 will come out. Okay. Maybe. Highest and lowest. Is prime. I'm trying to do things that are less math focused, at least early on. I feel like find the minimum. That was the most recent one. That's a little bit mathy because you have to do comparison, but it's not like you need to know like a formula or anything like that. Yeah, palindrome checker is interesting because it's actually very similar to reverse a string. Because you could just reverse it, compare it to the original. Get the middle character. If the word length is odd, return the middle character. It's a little too easy. Your task is to make a function that can take any non-negative integer as an argument and return it with its digits in descending order. I hesitate to do these because like the easy, not the easy, but like the way that most people will do this is convert the number into a string, then just treat it like an array. Then at that point, it's just an array problem. Join it back together to a string and then convert it back to a number. But also there's like a math way of doing this. Right, like extracting all the digits and then rearranging them. I don't know. Yeah, I think actually, Clicky Poo, if you want to open an issue, I'm not opposed to that. So we have our daily programmer repo. If you want to open an issue, feel free of like a suggestion or something like that. Find the index of a given value in an array. Find index. It could be interesting to do array methods. I'm trying to think if we should do like more like string focused things. Let's look at data structures and fundamentals. Split the bill. It's dealing with objects. So I found this Stack Overflow answer because I looked up what are some alternative questions for FizzBuzz. Like FizzBuzz level of difficulty. Reverse a sentence could be interesting. Honestly, removing duplicates from a list, I think, is at the same level of difficulty. What is the minimum coin change problem? I think I know what you're talking about. That's harder. Let's see what it's. I think there's, yeah, minimum number of coins. This is rated as a 4Q, which is typically pretty hard. But parsing an expression to solve the maths could be interesting. The thing is, the more difficult they get, the more code it requires, and then the longer it takes to solve, and the harder it is to show in multiple ways. Next, palindromic number. Validate parentheses? I think even that is a little bit too hard. I mean, like the easy solution is to have like a balanced variable. But it is tricky to think about. I think I just want more like string manipulation or like array manipulation type problems. X's and O's. String casing. This. Okay, but not like Jaden casing. There's a problem that like tells you to format a person's name. What's this? It's Blinky. Let's check it out. I see. First of all, this is an interesting problem because there is no problem description. You're just given the code and you have to figure out what it wants you to do. Yeah. But I think I am going to try to find the one that has to do with like case. Fixed string case. Or alternate case. Not that one. which switches every letter in the string from upper to lower and from lower to upper. Let's do that. Let's do that, I think. How can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't real? Yeah, I've used exorcism before too. I like that they have tests for everything too. Do they rate these by difficulty? It's a lot. I think so, Shimmy. I think I'm not opposed to seeing a regular expression solution from chat, but I don't think I would solve it with regular expressions, and I wouldn't expect a beginner to. But it could be cool to show. Honestly, we might just have have an episode or a section of the series where we only do regular expression based ones. Create a function that takes a string and returns that string with the first half lowercase and the last half uppercase. I think I'm just going to do alternate case. Should be fine. I know it seems really easy, but it should be fine. Maybe I'm thinking of like an 8Q. We're going to do this. Alternate case. Okay. Let me get this set up. I did say I was going to go turn my AC on, but I think I'm just going to record this and then I'll be done for today. Let's see. Oh, and thank you, Clicky Poo. Banana should return BANANA. Is that right? It looks wrong. So basically, if in the input string, if it's uppercase, it should become lowercase, and if it's lowercase, it should become uppercase. Write a function that takes in a string and returns a new string where every without using two lower and two upper? No, I'm going to use that. Well, like two lowercase, two uppercase. I think technically you could do some like ASCII code maths, but I'm not going to require them to do that. Right? Is this Chat GPT? I like that. Switch every letter in the string from lower to upper. Yeah. Write a function that takes in a string and returns a new string with every letter in the input string. I guess I'm just rewriting this whole thing anyways. Create a function that takes in a string, return a new string with every letter from the input string in the opposite case. Return a new string with every letter from the input string in the opposite case. I'm using the word string a lot. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I agree. Takes in a string as input. Return a new string with every letter from the input string in the opposite case. Lowercase letters become uppercase, and uppercase letters become lowercase. Return a new string that replaces every letter in the opposite case with the opposite case. What's up, Jed? Returns the same string with inverted case. Yeah, I'm trying to be like slightly more specific. Yeah, I think the other aspect of this whole series, especially for beginners though, is being able to understand word problems. Because this is one of the trickiest parts of like solving code wars or even like leak code, is understanding what the problem is even saying. But yeah, you're totally right. The moment we start looking at an example, we get what is meant. For some reason, this banana just looks so weird. Okay, let me get the examples going, and then we'll just do this thing. All right. I'm going to set a timer. Also, if you want to solve this and you want me to see your solution, give me a GitHub gist. I won't click on any other links except for GitHub gist. And basically, I'm going to solve this live. And after I solve it a couple of ways, I'll pull open the Twitch chat, and then if anybody has a solution, feel free to share it. I'll click on it. We can talk about it. Also, if I don't come up with a given solution, feel free to throw it in the chat too afterwards. Like you could say like, "Oh, why don't you try doing X or whatever Java Enterprise solution?" Yeah. Is everyone ready? I think we're ready. Let's do it. Let's do it. And for those of you that want the problem description or want to solve it on Code Wars, 50 lines of code, feel free. Feel free. What do you mean, Oscar? Here we go. Hello, friends. Welcome to Daily Programmer Episode 3. Today, we're going to be solving the problem alternate case. I rate this as a beginner problem because if you know loops and string manipulation, you can solve it. The problem says, create a function that takes in a string as input. Return a new string that replaces every letter with the opposite case. So every lowercase letter will become an uppercase letter, and every uppercase letter will become a lowercase letter. So for example, if we pass in hello world with a capital H and a capital W, it will return hello world with a lowercase h, everything else capital, lowercase w, everything else capital. And if we pass in banana with capital B in, and ins and lowercase a's, that should return lowercase b, capital A, lowercase n, capital A, lowercase n, capital A. So let's solve it. Now I'll solve this with pseudocode first. If you're new to this series, definitely check out the playlist and some of the other daily programmers that I've done. But typically I like to try to think about how I would solve this without code first. Because as a programmer, that's one of the main things we need to be able to do. We shouldn't just be throwing code at the wall and seeing what sticks. We should very methodically go into it with a plan. So that's what we're going to do. So in this case, I know that we're going to need a place to store the alternate case string. So I'm going to create a comment for that. So we need a place to store the alternate case string. And this will be initialized to the empty string. It's going to start off as nothing, and then we're going to just build it up as we go along. So then we'll look at every letter in the input string. So I'll say iterate over every letter in the input. And then for each letter, we need to see, is it uppercase or is it lowercase? And then we need to append the opposite version of that to the alternate case string. So if the current letter is uppercase, append the letter as lowercase to the alternate case string. Else, append the letter as uppercase to the the alternate case string. Right? So we're going to look at every letter. If it's uppercase, make it lowercase. If it's lowercase, make it uppercase. And at the end of the day, after we've iterated over every letter, we're done, and we can just return the alternate case string. Seems good. Let's make it code. So a place to store the alternate case string initialized to the empty string. All that means is we need a variable. We'll call this output, and I'm going to initialize that to the empty string. So it starts off as nothing, and then we're going to build it up. Iterate over every letter in the input. So for now, I'll just do a basic for loop. Actually, you know what? I'm going to try that for of loop. So I'm going to say for let letter of input. And so this is going to basically grab every letter in that input. Is this going to work? Input isn't an array. It is a string, but strings are iterable. Let's see if this works. I'm going to log out the letter here, and then I'm going to start up Quokka, which is a tool that runs my code inside of the editor. And look at that. This does work. I got it right. So we have each individual letter there being logged out. So this is going to work. So iterate over every letter in the input. Awesome. If the current letter is uppercase, append it as lowercase. Now, how do we check if a letter is uppercase? I know one way that I'm going to do it, but if you didn't know how to do it, just search the web for it. Literally go type into Google, JavaScript, how to determine if a letter is uppercase. The simplest way I can think of is if letter to uppercase. So to uppercase is a built-in function to strings in JavaScript. It'll turn that string into uppercase. So if letter to uppercase is equal to itself, then that means that it is uppercase, right? Because if you turn it into uppercase and it was already uppercase, then it is equal to itself. And so if that's the case, then we need to append the current letter as lowercase to the string. So I can say output plus equal letter dot to lowercase like this. And then otherwise, it was already lowercase, so we need to turn it into uppercase. So we append it as uppercase to the alternate case string. So I'll say output plus equal letter dot to lowercase like that. And then after it's all done, we can return the output. And thank you, Astro Singularity, for that resub. I'm live on Twitch right now, by the way. I'm live right now. So we return the output. Now, if I've done this correctly, we should get the alternate case string. Let's see. I'm not getting any output down here. And Hinchwell, thank you for that Prime sub as well. Let's see. Do I have two uppercase and two lowercase? Maybe I want a lowercase c here? Is that the case? Two uppercase is not a function? Oh, I know what the problem is. I'm not actually console logging the output. I need to console log the output. So right now with Quokka, if you just run a function, it's not going to show you the output. But if you log the return value of that function, it will show you the output. So here we can see we didn't do it right. We've got it wrong. So I'll try it here as well. And then we'll try to debug what I did wrong. Yeah, nothing happened here. So, oh, because I did two lowercase. I'm making all kinds of errors today, but that's okay. That's okay. Errors are fine because it's just code. I can fix the code. So if the letter was uppercase, append it as lowercase. If it wasn't uppercase, append it as... If it wasn't uppercase, append it as uppercase. Wow, okay. I'm having issues today, but I've done it, right? So we have lowercase h, E-L-L-O, lowercase w, O-R-L-D, and then the same thing for banana. So we've done it. That's awesome. Now, let's solve it in a couple of other ways. I think I will show you how to do a regular plain old for loop. This might be your first time seeing the for of loop. This is just a fancy way of writing a regular for loop. So a for loop will go from I equals 0. This is my break timer. Let's take a quick stretch. A for loop goes from I equals 0 while I is less than input.length, like this, and then we'll increment by 1 on each iteration. Great. And if I just want to use the same code that I have here, I can actually just create a variable called letter. So because right now I don't have a variable called letter when I'm using a regular for loop, but I could say letter is input at I. And now this code will behave exactly the same way, and we should get the same output, and we do. So ultimately, this for of loop is just pretty nice because we don't have to have the iterator and everything else, but they do work in a similar way. All right. This seems like a perfect use case for a reduce, but before we solve it as a reduce, we can also solve it with like a for each. So let's see that. So let's take our output here. And for each is a method built into arrays. Input is a string. So we need to convert it into an array so that way we can use for each. So if we were to do input dot split on the empty string. So this will actually take that string, split it out into an array, and then that gives us access to this for each function, and that's going to give us each letter. And then our code honestly looks exactly the same. So we basically can take the code that we were doing before, put it inside of there, and now it'll work the same way, but I'm using this higher order method to iterate over that input that I turned into an array. But this should work in the same way, and it does, but now I have this more functional way of doing it. But it's not as functional because I actually am modifying a variable outside of this function. So one thing we could do is we could map over the array to get each letter, because essentially we're mapping this string to a new string where every letter in the string is the opposite version of it. So if I were to convert this into a map, then I could join it afterwards. So I could take this code that I've written like this, and instead of doing a for each, we do a map. And what that means is each iteration, instead of appending to an output, we just return the thing that we want to be in that place in the loop, right? So if I do this instead, return, now this map is going to give us back a new array, and then we need to turn it back into a string. So what I can do is I'll return this whole map and then join it all back together on the empty string, and that should give us the same output. And it does. Very good. So essentially, convert the string into an array, create a new array where every letter is the opposite version of itself, and then take that whole array and turn it back into a string. Okay. There's probably some other ways that I can solve this, but we're going to go look at Twitch chat now. So if anybody in the Twitch chat has a solution, post the solution over on GitHub Gist, and I will take a look, and we can talk about your solutions as well. Also, if you have any questions about how I solved these, let me know in the chat as well. So here I come. Hello. Hello. All right, here's Hushu's version. So split, map, join. Yeah, and so this is actually something I haven't shown in the Daily Programmer series yet, which is a ternary operator. And that's just a shorthand way of writing an if statement or an if-else statement. So to rewrite this as a ternary would look like this. We could turn it essentially into a single return statement. So if letter.to uppercase is the letter itself, then we want letter.to uppercase. Else we want to lowercase. I keep getting those confused. I'm sorry if that's confusing for you. Look at the code. Don't look at what I'm saying. So this is the ternary version of this. And the ternary takes some getting used to. I would say make sure that you can solve it with like ifs and elses first before trying to start using ternaries, because these can get a little bit confusing, but ultimately this does the same thing but with a ternary operator. So if this evaluates to true, this code runs. If this evaluates to false, this code runs. So yeah. Yeah. All right, let's see what what solution they have. So they split it, they map it. If the letter, oh, nice. So instead of using the built-in 2 uppercase and 2 lowercase like I'm doing, so these are built into strings, they're using Unicode maths. So think about it like this. Every character has a corresponding code. Like the code for H. Let's see what the code for H is. If I do h.charcode at 0. So the code for lowercase h is 104, and the code for uppercase h is 72. This might seem weird, but every character has a corresponding number code. They're using that to their advantage. So what they're saying is, first of all, if this is a character, then take that character and subtract 32 from it. So by subtracting, if it is a lowercase letter, subtract 32, which is going to convert it into an uppercase letter. So if it was lowercase, 104. So 104 minus 32 gives us 72. So they have the math that's going to take this code and turn it into that code. And so if it's uppercase, we add 32. So if we got 72, 72 plus 32 is 104. A super clever solution. And then they're also check, like if it's not a letter at all, return the number. So I'm kind of glossing over this little bit right here. This is known as a regular expression. We'll talk about regular expressions in a future episode, but that's great. So they're doing a map, and then after the map is done, they join it back together and then return that string. Very good. Thank you, Shimmy. Thank you for your solution. Let's see. Which is better for this case, for each or for in? So it just depends on your style. I would argue that either the for of or regular plain old for loop are better because it uses less memory. Now, we haven't really talked about, like, what does it mean to use less memory? But this little bit of code right here creates something in memory. It creates a new array in order to do this for each. So just to do the for each, we need to create a brand new array. Similarly, so split creates a new array. Map also creates a new array. So these other solutions are using more memory. Sometimes they're easier to read, and it's really a trade-off of if you know your input isn't going to be that big, maybe you go with a solution like this. But if you're thinking about performance and memory usage, either the for of or the regular for loop are going to use less memory because we didn't have to create a new array. So that is something to think about. Yeah. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right. We've got turn it into array and array map it. We've got our ternary that has the similar logic that we had, and then join it back all together. Yeah, I think like I've been trying to show very readable solutions, but it is possible to turn this into a one-liner. Let's see what happens when we do that, because that's actually what Oscar did. So if I take this code, and actually no, I need the one that is a ternary. Yeah, so if I take this ternary one of the aspects of arrow functions is you can have an implicit return. So if I remove the return statement and the curly brace, like this, the code will still work. And then all this extra white space actually is extra. So I could actually just put this on a single line if I wanted to. Now, you might be saying, why would you do that? For fun. If you're working on a team or you're working at a company, you typically don't write code like this because it's really hard to read and really hard to maintain. But it's possible, and the code still works. So that is a thing. Cool. All right, CodeBrains has a solution for us. Oh, they did it in C. Awesome. I think this is one of our first times seeing something that isn't JavaScript. So let's check it out. So they have this function alternate case that takes in a char pointer. So in JavaScript, we have arrays. In C, they have pointers. So it points to an address in memory, and then after that address, there's going to be more characters. Kind of works that way in JavaScript, but it's way more high level than that. So let's see. While we still have input, if this is a lowercase letter, that's what this is checking. So if it's greater than lowercase a and less than uppercase a, or sorry, and less than lowercase z, then we know that this is an uppercase. Or sorry, we know that. Let me say this again. If the letter is between lowercase a and lowercase z, we know it's lowercase, so we need to convert it to uppercase. So this is actually using that code point math that I was talking about earlier, where we find the point or the code and then do some math on it. But this is actually using the fact that if you have subtraction here, then it actually is going to subtract away that the code point from each other so that you can store it back in the character. And then by adding a, you're turning it into an uppercase letter. And then otherwise, you're turning it into a lowercase letter. Yeah, and so this is the other interesting thing about pointers. I mean, we could go down a whole rabbit hole here, but it's like, you see that we're not doing like array or input access like this. We're just overriding the pointer and then increasing the pointer. So we're literally like overriding a memory address and then going to the next memory address. So that's super cool. Thank you for your solution, CodeBrains. Hopefully I did justice. It's been a very long time since I programmed in C, but I think I talked about that in the right way. And then your JavaScript solution, you did a for of. Yeah, this was very similar to my solution. Very cool. All right, let's see how Sunny did it. We have a for of, and then we have a little ternary here that adds the correct letter. So yeah, this is kind of a combination of like the for of and ternary. Nice, nice. You did it with TypeScript? Oh, I see. Yeah, so I see. This looks like JavaScript, but you'll notice there's some type annotations here. So this basically, I think this is the only type annotation you have that basically says this string must be a type string when you pass it in here. Yeah. All right. Mark has a not so readable solution. Interesting. Yeah, so they used string replace and a regular expression. And then they okay. So they then did like a dynamic evaluation on the string to, okay, this will be a little bit to wrap your mind around, but basically they are dynamically calling two lowercase or two uppercase based on the input string itself. And so they're dynamically creating the function name and then accessing it with bracket notation and then invoking it. If you don't understand what's going on here, that's okay, but it's pretty interesting. I wouldn't write code like this in the real world, but it's still pretty cool. Thank you, Mark Boots. And just some comments, name your vars explicitly to increase readability. Yeah, and I think you're seeing that in some of the solutions that I've looked at, right? Like in the stuff that I've written, I try to be very explicit about my variable names so that it's easier to read. You don't have to do that. You could have single letter variables names if you want, but you typically want to avoid that, especially when you're working with others, because other people have to read your code too. Is there a speed difference between all these versions? In the example, you have 100,000 characters. There definitely is. I think it's a bit too much to talk about, but I did talk a little bit about memory, right? So like this solution creates a new array, has to iterate to join it all back together. There's more operations happening here. Whereas just the regular plain old for loops, just do it in a single iteration. These are going to be the ones that will scale a little bit better for like much bigger strings. But that's a topic for a future video. All right, Blipbop has a solution. Let's see. Yeah, very similar to how we did it. But instead of comparing it with like lowercase a or uppercase a, they say if it's greater than or equal to 97. So if you look at our strings as code point here, lowercase a is code point 97. So what this is saying is if this is lowercase, make it uppercase. Otherwise, make it lowercase. So they're comparing against 97, which is lowercase a. Awesome. All right, that's about all the time we have. Let's see if there's any more solutions here. Let's see, from Blinky. Yeah. Didn't know it was possible to dynamically generate method names. Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting to see, but basically, so like, I'll show an example of this. So if I have hello and I say to uppercase, that converts it to uppercase hello. But if I have hello and then I do this, I say that string object wrapper, grab the to lowercase member and then invoke that. This works too. It's like dynamic access of an object, but there's an article out there about JavaScript. It's called like The Secret Life of JavaScript Primitives. Whereas like when this code runs, it actually gets converted into the capital S string object. So we have access to bracket notation. Yeah, it's weird stuff happening. Okay, so the one from Blinky wasn't found. I guess that's all we'll look at. I don't know, Blinky, you have 10 seconds to send me another link. That one seemed like it was broken. All right, let's see, Nico. Yeah, that's the one. That's the article, The Secret Life of JavaScript Primitives. It talks about like how you're able to do this on a string, which is really weird. Yeah, it's not safe because, yeah, especially if this is a user-provided value. Yeah. If you were to scold your dog using an error code, what error code are you using and what did they do? I don't have a good answer to that, Ryan. All right, I think that's enough for this episode. I made all kinds of errors, But I think that's okay because we're all human. And I eventually figured it out. I think that's another part of being a programmer is if you make errors, you just got to be able to fix them. It's not the end of the world, and you're not really hurting anything, especially when you're learning if you make mistakes. So make mistakes, try your best, yeah, I think that's all I have to say about this. If you enjoyed this, definitely consider supporting the Coding Garden. If you go to coding.garden/support, I have links to all the ways to support me. You can become a patron, a YouTube member. You can click the thanks button here on YouTube. You could subscribe on Twitch, become a GitHub sponsor, or check out my merch. All of these are ways of helping me. And if you do that, I do appreciate it. So thank you for watching this. Definitely tune in to the next one, and we'll see you later. Plug. That episode was all over the place. I think it's okay, though. It doesn't work for foreign alphabets. Oh, like the regular expression thing? But yeah. 418, I'm a teapot. Yeah, so I typically record the TikTok afterwards because I have to reformat my OBS to do vertical video. So I'll do that as a take later. I think it was all right. I mean, no worries, right? No worries. Yeah, and so I think I skipped over this question because I had answered it earlier in the video, but I'll answer it again. What's the difference from using map and using for loops? So map is a method built into arrays. So this is built into arrays, and you can only call it on arrays. Our function is running on strings. So in order to use map, we had to convert it into an array first. But with map, it creates a brand new array. So if I say, take this array of characters and map it, that's going to give me a new array of characters. So map always creates a new array. For each does not create a new array. For each just calls this function on every value in the array. Loops don't create new arrays either. Loops just let you iterate, and you have full control over the index and access and everything. And Shimmy, thank you for the sub. So that's really the main difference is like a loop is not going to create a new array. If you wanted to create a new array in your loop, you'd have to define it. Like you'd have to say like output is something like this. So you'd have to define that array and then operate on it inside of the for loop. With a map, you don't have to do that because you're getting back a new array. Honestly, I've explained that better before. If you go check out my my YouTube channel, I have it's an older video series, but it's still pretty relevant. It's called Higher Order Functions. Yeah, and JavaScript array methods. Actually, I do have like a little bite-sized 12-minute video on map. Not that. So this video talks about map, but it also has exercises. So if you click in the description, I have exercises that you can do, but I also solve these exercises in the video. But specifically, this episode here. So this is a series where I paired with a complete beginner and taught them about for each and map and everything else. So this episode also has some exercises, and you can see me talk about it with a beginner. Baby CJ. Yeah. How many developers does it take to screw in a light bulb? None. That's a hardware issue. I agree with that. You're forgetting to handle numbers. Binary says, I usually get excited when I see different error output. I feel like that means I'm getting closer to solving the problem. I learned this over many years, and more errors in output you see, the quicker you'll know how to solve the next time. Yeah, exactly. I think that's just it. I mean, you see it happen on Coding Garden all the time, where we get a new error. That's great. That means we solved the last one. Now it's time to solve the next one. I think a lot of programming and development is just like going from one error to the next. But yeah. Yeah. And thanks again, Shimmies. I appreciate that. One more. Hypothetically, map is slower because it has to make function objects and call them, unless the VM converts it into a normal loop. I think it optimizes it. Yeah, somebody did an article on the performance of for each versus a for loop. and it's like for each performed better for some reason. I don't know. I don't usually care about that as much. Using for loops is efficient. It depends. I think so. I will say this, and the reason I keep glossing over this is like if you're a beginner, you shouldn't worry as much about performance and efficiency. Now, don't get me wrong, it's important, but focus on solving the problem first. And honestly, in the real world, that's what we tend to do as well. Just solve the problem. And then if you run into performance or efficiency issues, you can try and go fix it. Now, you might also argue, well, as you're solving the problem, you should have performance and efficiency in mind so that you don't have to go back and fix it later. But a lot of this comes down to the scenario of like, where is this function being used? How many times is it being called? And so the answer is like, it depends. I would argue that in this situation where like, let's say this is front end code on a website and you're never dealing with strings that are longer than 100 characters, I would argue that a more readable solution, like maybe something like this, is acceptable because you actually don't like, it's literally microseconds difference between this and one of these up here. But if this is more readable, that's actually what we care about because other developers have to be working in this code base. But I don't know. Yeah, 420 is like innuendo for something. Yeah, that's it. That's why. Do I have any hints on SAS? Not quite. Yeah, I don't have any hints. Have you looked at the SASLang website? Because, I mean, their Learn SAS section is pretty good. It talks about all the different things it can do. Don't do premature optimization. Yeah. Wasn't there some quote, premature optimization is the root of all evil or something like that? Maybe I'm making that up. Somebody said that. Binary says, I thankfully didn't focus on performance issues and didn't even know what Big O was until a couple of years ago. I've been programming for 16 years now, and I feel like the biggest thing I've learned is to not worry about the small things. Get an MVP out and move on. Yeah, I mean, and I think that argument doesn't apply to everyone, right? Because some people are working in systems and in code bases where it has to be performant, right? Where like, just saving a few operations or a few microseconds like can actually save you money in certain instances. But it all depends. It all depends. I would say the majority of the code that I write, I don't actually have to worry about performance that much. So yeah, like game engine, sure. Like if you want to get as many frames per second out as possible, yeah. You would care more about performance, that kind of thing. All right, I'm gonna go. This has been a fun Sunday stream. Thank you for hanging out, everyone. I don't have it posted yet, but I will. I'm gonna send out a weekly newsletter tomorrow. So if you join the mailing list, you'll get that. But in that, I'll let you know when I'm going to be live. I hope to at least be live on Friday. But I'll be honest, my wife is sick, or she's getting over being sick, and I haven't gotten sick yet, and I'm feeling like it's going to happen any day now. So it's possible that I wake up sick tomorrow, and then I won't be able to stream. So just be on the lookout for the email. I'll let you know. I mean, I felt good the past few days. I haven't gotten sick. Hopefully it stays that way, but if not, I might be out of commission next week. Yeah, and Miko Lila, did you get the link? Yeah, that's the link. Yeah, you can check that out. You can also install it from Brew, but it's called Timeout. This one. It's for Mac. If you don't have a Mac, there's also one called Stretchly. And this works on Windows and Linux. Works in a similar way. You can set up when you want the break timers to show up and stuff. But yeah. Doomsday Countdown. I'm gonna get sick. We'll see. Like the thing is, like I've been taking vitamin C and vitamin D supplements. Maybe it helps my immune system. I don't know. None? I've never heard of none. Yeah. But yeah, join the mailing list. Keep an eye on the calendar. And also, please check out my YouTube. I've been publishing these daily programmer videos, so that one that we just did is going to get published probably on Wednesday, and then the news that we recorded earlier is going to get published tomorrow. So if you could do me a favor, go watch my existing videos, and then tomorrow when the news comes out, watch that one too. I'd really appreciate it. It'll help with the algorithm. Don't over-optimize my immune system. Yeah. Yeah, vitamin C and D are the main things they advertise, but it also has zinc and magnesium. It has a bunch of other like vitamins in it as well. Oh, is this I see. These are like immunity tablets. Nice. I typically use, it's called Emergency. I don't know if that brand is in Canada or anywhere else. Okay, let's go on a raid. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. Exercise, healthy diet, enough sleep. That's all you need. Yeah, it's so, and it's tricky because I stubbed my foot a few weeks back, and I only recently got healed from it. So there was like a solid 2 weeks where I couldn't exercise, I couldn't go outside, but I'm getting back into it. If you're not a sub, you can use that raid message. Also, come up with your own raid message. And thanks again, everybody, for hanging out. Thank you for all your submissions. Thank you, Electrothermal. I guess you were lurking today, but appreciate you. I don't know, Clicky Poo. Right now, Denver is just covered in ice and snow. It snowed, I guess, over a week ago. Maybe like it snowed last week, but it snowed so much, and it's been so cold that the snow hasn't melted yet. So it's really hard to get around. There's just like ice everywhere, which is why I haven't done any IRL streams. But hopefully soon. Hopefully it warms up a little bit. All right, let's get out of here. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.